Good. Good to start. In my
Captain,
log.
if you would give us a log, please.
Awesome. Captain's log. Stardate 55000.3. The USS Kismet has now rendezvoused with the Tiger Squadron, which has been assembled under my direction as well as under orders of Rear Admiral Kiani Nia and Vice Admiral Ruthger. Along with the other vessels in the fleet, the USS Maxwell Planck and the USS Peltast, we will begin our objective of investigating stellar and planetary phenomenon in our designated mission area. We are now at Starbase 21 and are preparing to depart. End log.
We cut to a corridor aboard Starbase 21, where Captain Grennan and Commander Pend are just short of the meeting with Rear Albania to go over some of the final points of the matter. Whether or not Captain Grennan wishes to have Penn with him during the meeting is up to him. But this is where the two of you have met, and for the last some 72 days, it has been a bit of bureaucratic touch and go. As there's been negotiating and justifying certain crew requirements, ship requirements, and so on, and then checking over many people's files. At this point, actually, it does come down to the final points of who's commanding what and justifying your choices with the Rear Admiral. Yeah, we start here.
I think Grennan is actually somewhat calm because bureaucratic red tape is his bread and butter.
Yeah, Penn's just walking behind him, just looking bored and staring at the ceiling.
And yeah, Grennan probably has a pad with him in which he's doing some last minute red tape that he probably didn't even need to do. But he's just like triple crossing his T's and triple dotting his I's.
I mean, eventually you're going to have to get back on the ship and stop with the data pads.
Oh, I know. Just let me have this while I can.
Sure. Let's just hope the meeting with the Admiral isn't going to be datapad after datapad with more red tape and more crap.
Oh, sure. Control-Con-Diff 2, checking my homework. See if I can create an advantage.
Yup.
Could I assist?
Certainly could.
Oh, that's new. We're now the Tiger Squadron characters. Cool.
Yeah, it also brings up a new issue of who's going to be rolling for what ships.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to have to work that out, and I'm looking forward to it.
Wahaha.
On law?
Yep.
Can I use mission directive as a focus?
As a focus? You mean as a value?
No, as a focus. Like, I'm doing it specifically as my mission. I know, I'm pulling at straws.
No.
Oh. Well, we get a momentum, but there's a complication.
I'll just bank 2 threat.
Neat.
But yeah, you have a file opened. Actually, because Penn assisted, he has access to the file as well.
Yay!
Yay!
I can't type. There we go.
Is that new?
Cool. It should appear at the top of the Tiger Squadron character list, above the Kismet.
Ooh.
Oh. Ooh. That's pretty. Captain logomaker.com.
Oh, kick! I have to do that for legal reasons.
I mean, I clearly don't see anything. This is a data pad.
Yeah. File.
You probably take a second to have a seat
Yeah.
and read over because
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you finished up this file. Oh, well, you've now been cleared by strategic operations for the 10th to this file.
Yeah, right.
Which I clearly should not be reading on the stream.
To do report using the USS Andromeda. Concern. Oh, this is gonna be a whole thing. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need some time to read all of that.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is if you don't mind.
Sure. Actually, we can cut over to someone else at the moment as the two of you read over. As you get the file, it's like, oh, you've been approved for this new file. Oh, it must be an extra bit of paperwork. Oh, it's the full strategic operations file for the squadron.
Okay. If you don't mind giving us a few minutes to just read this wall of text.
Sure. Because we'll look back onto a certain planet several days and weeks ago. Lieutenant Commander Varder and Lieutenant Myth are in the capital region of Bajor. Yay!
Fascinating.
Although the majority of the population are, of course, Bajoran, there has been an influx of Federation citizenry and Starfleet personnel that's come and go on Bajor as they have become a member world of the Federation for a little over a year, if I'm not mistaken. But still, it is very much a Bajoran world, and as it were, like the you don't see the telltale little gray boxes of Federation bureaucracy present, since there's a lot of Bajoran bureaucracy. Even the building you two probably beamed down into, or the shuttle bay you came down to, is very much still a Bajoran installation, with maybe like the Bajoran emblem on a wall, and then almost like an afterthought, the United Federation of Planets emblem next to it. Like, oh, by the way, we're a Federation member now. Now on sale,
As long as there's no circle symbols, I'm fine.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Oh, great. I'm going to really hope that the consular is not aware that I have arrived yet, so that I can go see if I can find at least one of my buddies from the barracks, because they've been on a planet. They might know something about her, so that I'm not just going to meet someone that hates me. Or hates is probably a strong word. We don't like each other.
Yeah.
And Myth, they're old friends of mine, so it'll be interesting for you to meet them, that's for sure.
Indeed.
And I assume we won't have any issue getting into the barrack area.
Inside security difficulty 1 to remember if they've moved the barrack at all, because some of these buildings have been retrofitted and renovated over the last year or so. Sometimes they leave stuff where it is. Sometimes they move people.
Not a thing I can use guerrilla warfare for.
No.
You can have a threat, though.
Sure.
Just because I like having the option of a reroll if I whiff really hard.
Gain 2 momentum. As you recall, that the barracks is still here. Well within the confines of the capital region. You heard rumors that they were thinking about moving the barrack a little further into the rural area, but the local population kind of feels a bit of cultural pride in seeing the good old militia building. still being used as the barrack. I mean, it's now a Starfleet security posting, but they leave the home guard here because, well, they know the planet better than anyone else that would be stationed here.
I mean, yep. God, they're all probably sergeants or something now.
Walking across the grounds toward the historical barracks, you can see Barter. This is, well, you've probably been back to Bajor since the war, if nothing else.
Yeah.
And Myth, I think this is your first visit to the planet.
Yes.
What I can say is that it's a rather peaceful planet. People seem to be. It's a home world of a Federation member, so a lot of people are. It is a bigger contrast from the post-occupation days, like the early provisional government trying to figure out what they're going to do and all that. And it's a capital region city, so its security's it's not tight. It doesn't need to be because most people are kind of sticking to their own and not causing trouble for themselves, because why? And even if they did, there's a whole barracks full of security people who can be deployed if the city needed protection. You see various priests of various orders coming and going.
Oh no.
One of them even a pair of them kind of walk by you and nod politely at you.
Polite nods back, yep. As long as it's not the dirty looks from those guys on Earth.
Yeah, no.
And as long as they're not grabbing my ear.
Yeah, no.
Or Myth's ear.
Myth is just kind of looking around in fascination at all of the people, because she has spent most of her life on space stations or starships.
Heck, most of her service time on the Kismet's been aboard ship.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why we took her here.
There's
We're going to
just
see some more planet.
there's just so many different people.
Well, I mean, that happens when everyone lives here.
You walk up to the counter of the historic barracks building. You can see and there's a counter. Lots of bronze and orange colors. As you can see, that seems to be a theme for the world. But instead of a Bajoran militiaman, it is a Starfleet officer who, well, is Bajoran. Looks up from the counter. Hello. How can I help you today?
I should probably say that Varder is in his uniform.
Is you are in
Is.
uniform? Okay.
Yes. He's got an official meeting later.
You're in your service uniform, not your dress, I imagine.
Yeah, service.
Okay.
I'm not going to show up to that woman with my dress uniform on. No. It's not that official. Hello, I'm looking for some people that are hopefully here. Militiamen, last I recall, though they might have transferred over.
Do you have a name?
I have several. Akot, Warna, Nia.
Search
I
tab in
realize
your
that
screen.
sounds like our admiral.
Hmm?
I didn't say the last bit. I just realized that Nia sounds like our admiral. It's just got two E's instead of an A.
Let's see. We'll see if they're stationed here at the barracks, and if not, we can figure out where they are. Just the three names you want me to look up?
I've got Epis and Yalol as well.
Epis. Okay. Any others?
Those are the five that immediately come to mind.
Okay. Your name, please?
Varder.
Barter. Do you have a pad with you?
Yes, here. He'll-
Takes it from you and taps at it for a bit. Holds it over their console and taps at it some more. Hands it back to you.
And I'll take a look at it.
It requests your security clearance code
Okay, yeah.
because you're asking after information, private information.
I mean, yeah, I'll enter that.
The first name that you gave me is not on planet. They're deployed elsewhere. The third name on the list is on world, but they're not here in the capital region. The other three are actually all stationed in the barracks.
Fantastic. Well, I know them. I know where they're probably going to be at whatever time this is. Probably check the time.
Whoops. Psh, rolling one of those would be probably smarter. There you go. That's around noonish.
Okay. So, yeah. Lunchtime.
Yeah.
I know exactly where to find them then. Well, I would say you could have a Bajoran militia lunch myth, but you don't need to eat. I don't even think you can eat.
I am fully capable of ingesting humanoid nutrients.
But it would have no purpose.
Indeed. I have
Can you-
attempted it on few occasions with mixed results.
Can you taste or
After a fashion, not in quite the same sense. However, I do have a fine array of olfactory sensors and a detailed textural mapping.
it sounds more like we could just give you a poison to taste and you'd be able to tell us what it is.
I could potentially identify it, however, I would also be able to highlight other characteristics that it would have.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to understand about half of that.
In
And-
short, I do not have the evolutionary necessity of taste, so it is not wired to the same sorts of emotional or semi-emotional reactions.
All right, fair enough. And I assume we're walking and talking.
It is much more similar to a unique textural experience that you might experience on your skin.
Right, so if I ran my hand down a wall.
Quite.
Then again, I can't taste with my hand. But I get the general idea that that was a really bad joke.
No
After a bit
apologies
of
necessary.
walking across the sunny streets, you come upon a small cafe of sorts, where various people are eating and drinking and enjoying themselves. Some on an outdoor terrace and some inside. And Varder knows best that his friends would be inside right now.
Yeah, I'm looking around for the loud one, the uncomfortable looking one, and the one that just blends in. The loud one's the one that sticks out. That would be Warna, the loud one. Wow, it's one dude, two girls that were left. Right.
So I shoved them right into the pool. I mean, like, what do you think was going to happen exactly? I'm going to outrun all three of you. They start laughing. I don't get it. Like, why not get a hover vehicle? I mean, like, I had one, he didn't. So, I mean, okay, yeah, they yelled at me later for pushing him in, but he was fine. It's only like knee deep. He's not going to drown. Yeah, but ramming somebody with a hover vehicle? I didn't ram him. I nudged him a bit is all.
Still enjoying your job, Warna? As Varder will walk up.
Oh. Hi, Varder. How are you?
Uh, I'm here. Could be a lot worse.
Hey. I noticed you got some playing dress up there, Varder? Gestures at your neck.
No, I have managed to make the jump to enlisted and then climb to lieutenant commander. That's not a joke. Apparently, my skills are valued.
Looks over at you, Myth.
This is Lieutenant Myth, the chief science officer aboard the Kismet, the vessel I'm posted to.
A pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you too.
Myth, this is Warna, Nia, and Yalol.
And she nods.
Who looks at their collars. Have
They're all
promoted.
they're all enlistees.
like sergeants. I found out that Varder's equivalent rank when he came over was Master Sergeant. Sergeant Major, sorry.
Yeah, they're
So-
probably petty, not chief petty officers, but just straight up petty officers.
Sergeant First.
Actually,
Class,
no, yeah, petty officer. I'm right.
Staff sergeants.
Because they're somewhat folded into Starfleet.
Yeah,
'Cause
sergeants, staff sergeants, corporal. Wow, petty officer covers 3 ranks. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Starfleet's probably getting to the point where the militias are probably mostly folded in.
There's probably some that are kept around for cultural preservation reasons. Like the Andorian Imperial Guard is still a thing, but they don't leave the homeworld because they don't need to. Starfleet
Yeah,
exists.
they're mostly ceremonial.
I know as far as later sources keep saying is the Bajor Melissa maintains a strong presence because they're just like, no, we're keeping them.
Yeah.
We don't trust
Yeah.
that easily.
Yeah, and
You're
that's
yeah.
solely a thing on this planet for sure. That's the same feel I got.
It's probably a thing where it's like this is a capital, so there's more Starfleet presence.
Yeah.
Actually,
But
okay, check.
one, I've got a lot of leave.
Ooh. Actually, point of fact,
Yeah.
these two are Starfleet. Warna is not. Warna is a militia member.
Warren is the one bumper checking people. I wonder why.
And actually, Warna has gotten a promotion 2 steps. So they're actually
Warna's
they're
the
actually
guy.
a.
Yeah,
I don't
one,
know.
one is the guy. The other 2 are the. Yeah, should send you those 3 specific. I already sent you all of the names.
I forgot. But Warna is a actually still probably a master sergeant by this point because they've gone up in rank. Yes.
Almost my old rank. But yeah, no. We just got off a rather interesting mission. So a lot of leave, refitting, getting ready for wherever we're heading out next, and the counselor wants to see me.
Counselor.
Yep.
He,
Isho.
who the? Yeah, one of them looks at him. That's our Federation counselor. Oh, right.
The one of them is from the cell Nia. I didn't actually mention that because I thought of it later. Nia's from the same cell as Varder, the other 2 are not. So yeah,
What was that counselor's name again? I feel like I know that name.
we shot each other.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's.
I don't know why she wants to see me. She does. She wanted to see me before I made lieutenant commander. Not specifically before I was got promoted. But has she changed at all, or am I supposed to be expecting a shotgun to the chest here?
I honestly don't know. I don't really pay attention to the Fed side of things. Other than when they yell at us for keeping stuff. Looks over at the other two. They shrug like. But no, I didn't hear nothing about them being, holding a grudge against you or nothing. Can't imagine why they want to talk to you. But then again, I didn't know you were an officer now, so.
Yeah, my XO apparently took a liking to me and decided being a Master Chief was beneath me. Probably he wouldn't use those words, but that's kind of what it felt like. He also filled out the papers to get me jumped to lieutenant. Yeah, apparently I'm making friends. Who would have thought?
Here I figured you were going to get sick of that whole Fetty stuff and just head on back. Get bored of the stars or whatever is out there. That's so darn interesting.
I would be a lot more bored if I wasn't now psionic.
So what now?
I'm gonna flash my glowy blue eyes at them.
Whoa! Nice contacts you have there.
No, I can.
Those implants?
I can read your thoughts if I wanted to. I'm a telepath now.
I don't know how that.
Lieutenant Commander Varder manifested psionic abilities after a unusual surgical procedure.
See, you keep saying that word like I should know what it means. What's sonic or psionic or whatever it is you're saying?
Oh, Myth starts to launch into a full explanation.
Oh no!
Present
Oh no! You
science,
asked an android what something was.
present science difficulty 3 because Warna did not take parapsychology in school. It kind of didn't come up during the war.
Uh-huh.
Baffling.
Funny
grit,
enough.
beefing.
But Varder, who knows a little bit, can he assist by trying to break that down a little bit to like, yo, this is a militia guy. He speaks simple terms.
Oh, you can totally assist.
I'm buying a die.
What am I assisting with?
Present science, you have to, or medicine, either way.
Medicine.
All right, rolling.
Because it occurs to you, Varder, at least, that there's no real word for that in Bajoran, so they're just hearing psionic, some lone word, going like, I don't know what that is.
Hey, we made it with a comp, but I can re-roll that because that's a science roll, and I bought a die.
Oh dear.
There we
Yay.
go.
We
No
even
comp.
get a momentum.
We get a momentum.
It probably just leads to Varder probably throwing this. It's the Betazoids. It's what they do.
Oh, so, well, I mean, heck, Varder, you were kind of a bit of a mind reader even before, I guess. You always seem to know what was on our minds.
I mean, food, 90% of the time.
Well, I mean, so, you're not reading my mind now, are you?
No.
You're not gonna like grab my ear and tell me my paw is weak or something.
No, my earring says priest, but I don't do that. I'm surprised no one has actually done that to me yet since coming here.
Things have been a little weird lately. Looks
Yeah.
around the room, the crowded room, kind of looks at you. People give Fleet a bit of a distance these days for certain reasons. Yeah,
something
it's
happened.
well, I mean, there was a bit of a scuffle last month, and it's nothing major, but everyone got a little itchy about the whole truth of the prophets and wormhole aliens, that old saw. So
Right. Well, speaking of prophets, actually, I was asked to go look for a church, temple to the prophets somewhere. Oh, where was it again? Myth, you remember? You heard the same thing.
Oh yes, I have to pull up my sheet though,
Yes, because you
because
actually
I,
wrote
as a
it down.
player, don't remember.
Me as a player don't remember either.
Yeah.
I also didn't write it down, and you did, so that's why I did that.
We're good at our jobs.
The Order of the Tillers Temple in Musilla Province.
If you've ever heard of that.
I heard the province. That's where the Holanda River is, but Order of the Tiller. Must be one of those new ones. Have it? Either of you two heard of it? Kind of look at each other and. I've heard of it. Yeah, they're well, kind of kooky. They recite the words of the emissary, like as if prayer, sort of thing. They have something called some sports team called a ball team or something like that. I don't know what it is. Some ball. Team.
Oh.
Baseball?
That
Do you not
captain-
pay attention at Temple at all? I do, just not the weird human bits is all. That's all the emissary bits. Anyway, do you happen to know where that is by chance? Oh, yeah, it's somewhere. I think they have a temple somewhere out in the northern forests, kind of tucked away out there. But you can see them pretty much anywhere. They're one of the journeyman orders. They walk around a lot more than just staying holed up in the monastery.
Oh, well, if we see one, I guess we can just ask when we're meaning to go there. Be a lot easier than just walking around and trying to find them. Thanks, that was going to be interesting to try and find them. Otherwise,
I think if the bit about the tiller, I think that's something to do with I think they used to be fishermen once upon a time. And those little boats they take you on when for romantic tours.
oh yeah,
yeah, those guys. What are they called again? Boatmen or tillers? Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm starting to see why you got promoted and we didn't. Hey.
Well, I mean,
Well, I
clearly-
got promoted, but
clearly blazing a path for all Bajorans. Yep. That's the line, right?
I'm not sure you want to use the word blazing, says one in back a little uncomfortably. The other two kind of look at them funny, like, what? You. No,
What's
never
wrong
mind.
with that?
Well, the whole wraith thing.
Yeah, locked in a cave.
Yeah. Well, not all things are on fire have to do with them. They don't get to take credit for that.
No, otherwise they would take credit for the entire Klingon race.
I mean, that'd explain a few things.
You're not wrong. And we've been in their ships. They're very red. They really like their red lights. Yeah, never mind. Not I mean, it's called trailblazing, so blazing. Yeah. Shit. I'm really not looking forward to this meeting.
Well, just don't go. What's the
Yeah,
worst that'll happen?
I really don't know. The best I did before this was just look up who the counselor was, and then I was very unhappy with who it was. Oh, unhappy in the terms of, oh, this isn't going to be fun. You know, like when we have to dress up and march around all fancy because some big shot is, you know,
Yeah.
wanting to show us off. So I suppose I'm that big shot now.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you put on your dress uniforms, though, so there's that.
Well, you can't make me. So, ha. Actually, kinda could, technically.
I could just talk to your commanding officer.
Wait, hold on. No, come on. I hate that thing.
Anyway, I should go to the meeting, but I've got a ton of leave lined up, so do the meeting, do what I've got to do here, catch up with you guys some more.
Sure.
Probably catch wherever. Do you know where Eckhart went? It just said he was deployed somewhere else, or is that need to know?
Don't know. I heard he was heading somewhere in out east, but that's about it. I didn't really dig into it much.
I'll just leave him a message or something. I would leave him a cake, but there wouldn't be any left by the time he returned. Right, well, good to see the three of you, though.
Yeah, same to you.
And yeah, you know, the little kind of half wave, and then yeah, I'll go towards the wherever the counselor is. Also, very happy they didn't even mention the android at all in terms of, oh, it's an android.
Looks kind of human with weird eyes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
pretty much.
It's like that could be implants for all they know.
Listen, as far as Varder was concerned, it could go one of two ways, and this was the best way.
It's like, hey, look, a non-Bajoran. Yeah, they're gonna look funny looking. Why? Because they're not Bajoran. Like, like all aliens look weird to us.
Yeah.
I have blue eyes. Cool. That could be a thing. Varder, give me
Social
an
encounter.
insight. Security difficulty 2 to get a read off of Warna and them after you leave.
Insight security. I don't think I've got a focus because I'm not using psionics on them. Like, yeah. However, I will threat. What difficulty was it?
2.
I want this. I'll threaten 2 momentum. That's why I threatened 2 momentum. Wow, I can reroll one of those. Okay, and that gives us back a momentum.
And you want to
which gives us 2 to quash that other complication.
Hell yeah.
Because I don't want the complication to be, yeah, they think you're an asshole.
I mean, you wouldn't be wrong.
The general reading is you're an asshole.
General feeling you get off of them that they seemed they had the air of people who had been working pretty hard lately. Not the sort of paper pushing type work, like actual like boots on the ground doing stuff sort of work. And this seems like a rare respite to relax for a half second before they have to get back into the crush.
Oh, well, that's something to look into.
Mhm.
Because I mean, I'm a Bajoran on Bajor. I can probably just be like, yo, what's going on recently? Oh. I'm also a higher rank now. I can do that. I actually have the ability to do that. But I probably shouldn't be nosing around in files before meeting this counselor, because knowing my luck, she'll know I'm doing it. Myth, is anything striking you as odd? Or, well, I mean, you don't spend much time on planet, but any any edge or tension? As he's saying that, he's kind of looking around to see if he's picking up on anything himself.
Not that I have detected. However, I can start running a. Yeah, words left me.
That's a weird protocol.
yeah, yeah. No, I don't use it very much. I can start running a algorithm to determine if there's any unusual behavior going on within my frame of reference.
I would say your frame of reference would be skewed, but I'm sure you downloaded the entire Bajoran database, so you might be better at this than I at this point. That's
I
not how
did
that
not
works.
download it. However, I did review the relevant portions.
Even if you did, that's not how it works, is it?
No, not quite.
I'd say otherwise you could just download a phaser program and be an expert marksman, which would be useful, but weird.
I do not have the ability to directly interface with computer systems. I can simply read and listen much faster than most organics.
Right, well. You know, I don't want to test that. I have no idea if psionic stuff is as fast as your cybernetic stuff, because it's complicated. And that sounds like a contest I don't want to have.
Indeed, and the last time you attempted something similar, we were both rendered unconscious.
I know, but at the same time, I do want to look again. You have a psionic presence and you're an android.
Perhaps when Dr. Efrix has returned, that would be more feasible.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna quickly take a look at that summons to the counselor to see if it specifically says I should show up alone, because if I can, I'm just gonna walk in there with Myth.
No, there's no special. You basically have a.
An
There's no
invitation.
special. Notification of like, hey, the counselor wishes to speak with you.
I basically have an open invitation to show up whenever.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I guess we'll walk over that way and I'll kind of keep an eye out to be like, is something catching my eye that's out of place? Because I know Bajor. And I know what being on edge on Bajor is. Especially given, you know, I was on Bajor when the Civil War happened. How to get a meeting with the Federation? I don't just show up on the door and knock.
I mean,
If I fail,
she probably
that's
has
exactly what
stuff
I'm
to
gonna
do.
If I fail this roll, that's exactly what I'm gonna think.
But you're half remembering what they taught you in officer intake classes. So you're like, oh wait, there's a thing you're supposed to do with VIPs. What was that again?
Survival?
No.
Political survival?
Political survival.
Political survival.
I mean, are you entering politics?
I don't know.
I mean,
like survival applies to that.
In his defense, survival might account for if he turns up unannounced, he might get a shotgun to the chest.
I would get a shotgun to the chest.
Yeah, be a phaser. Jeez.
Yeet. I made it.
Nice.
I barely made that. Wow.
You recall,
Well-
like with most VIPs within the Federation, it is considered polite to call ahead to let them know you're coming, so their secretary or adjunct can pen you in.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. I was just gonna show up at the desk and be like, "Yo." So good. Right. I should call ahead. On the pad,
would
I'll
be
just
the
like
appropriate
send a
procedure.
message over to the counselor's desk. Counselor's desk is the appropriate phrase for their secretary, right?
Yep.
Good.
Or to the
learning
counselor's
things.
office, so it goes into their computer file and it pings up anyone who's supposed to see it.
That, yes. Basically,
You get a touchback of them requesting, asking when you intend to come into the office.
It's noon. What? It's been like, I'll probably say like 30 minutes. Like 7 then, I guess. Or the next hour across, because that's at 6.
Okay.
Yeah, so the next hour across would be... Oh, that'd just be 1. Roughly. I think, yes, if I remember. I'm trying to think of how you actually did that. What time was it?
Noon.
So it was 12. Yeah, so it'd be 1. Yeah, about 1 then.
You get a text acknowledged. The counselor Escher will be expecting you.
Great. I don't need to acknowledge that back as acknowledgement already. Okay, great. Well,
I think it would actually be
We've got-
13 and not 1.
True.
yeah, true.
1,300 hours.
Well, we've got half an hour, Myth.
Very well. Should we acquire dress uniforms?
I don't think we need them. Do we need them to meet a council? I mean, it's not like a big public meeting. It's just a private walking in to have a conversation meeting. I prefer Barter's answer to any answer you have, GM. He's a priest turned farmer turned fighter. You won't know this.
Yeah, but Myth would.
Mythwood, that's a good point. You can spend the third if you want to. I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend 1.
Yeah.
To probably have Varder ignore it.
No, if she's like actually protocols like this, he's gonna be like, I have to wear the high collar.
It's Myth recalls from the program from the Starfleet protocol programming that it is not if it's not a formal dinner or state event, one isn't required to show up in dress uniform. A service uniform is perfectly valid. The fact that Varder was being summoned not by rank but just by his name, he could just show up in civies if he so wanted. This is a government official requesting to speak with somebody. I mean, it's a somewhat formal summons, but it's not like a legal like warrant or document or order, because he can't really do that as a counselor.
She.
But if you want to be sorry, I'm really good at this, I swear.
You made the character.
I know. One could show up in dress uniform if one felt so inclined to be that respectful, but nowhere in the protocols does it require one to do so.
It's not required to do so. It would be a sign of respect for the formality of the event.
A sign of respect, or would it be kissing up?
Yes.
I am
'Cause-
unclear on the differentiation.
Same difference.
You know, I know you didn't mean that as a joke, but you're 100% correct. Wow. If she
And Myth
doesn't
just kind of like
me to
cocks her head to the side.
If she doesn't like me to start with, me pulling all the punches might come across the wrong way. At least that's my thinking of it anyway.
Huh. Very well.
Also, yeah, it's not exactly a, yeah, it's yeah, it's probably important. We'll find out.
So what do the two of you do for about a half hour or so before you start heading over to the the main government building where the
You know-
counselor is?
We could go priest hunting. Medic hunting. Sorry, that's the phrase.
Time to hunt us some priests.
Velocipaster.
Clever girl.
Someone's
So,
in line
why
for
do you
a
have a Titan 3
demotion.
baser? I want to visit New Zealand.
But I mean, like, I assume while heading in the general direction, we can just, yeah, that guy looks like he's from the Order of the Tiller, or there's another Vedic, and we can just be like, all right, so what do these guys look like? Because that's who we're looking for, and they can tell us. And I will either get favor from them for having the airing, or they will hate me outright for having the airing. We go one of two ways. Or they're
you can-
ambivalent. That happens too.
You can give me Insight Command difficulty 3, or give me 2 threat to have the advantage of happening to find maybe not a Vedic, but a priest of an order.
I forget the entire rank structure of the. There's a lot.
It's actually had the list here because I thought it would be relevant. It's Vedic, Ranjan, Prylar,
Oh, so Vedic is the lowest one.
highest.
Oh, highest. Prylar,
There-
right. Okay. Ha. I got that the entirely wrong way around. I can't use guerrilla warfare for hunting a priest. It's not
Well,
that
you
kind of
can, but-
hunting.
Not unless you're
yeah.
doing it with your phaser.
It's not that kind of hunting.
Time to find me a collaborator.
Okay. I don't want to give you more threat. I really don't want to give you more threat. I could do something stupid. I'll do something stupid. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll use my determination. Why not? And I passed it anyway. Good job, me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but what value?
Oh shit! I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
To find a priest, more can
Yeah.
always be learned.
Ah, yeah.
I'm getting
two-
ahead of myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
more
is
can
it
always
time
be
for
learned.
is it time for the veteran train?
It's already
No.
started, man. You missed the roll. It happened.
2 momentum generated.
That wasn't even supposed to be a momentum generating roll.
Yeah.
You happen upon a Prylar, a priest, who is doing a sermon, who steps down, and you kind of notice that they're free at the moment, and it's perfectly polite to walk up to, because Prylars are expected to be wandering about the populace
Yeah.
and spreading the word of the prophets and so forth.
They're the ones that mingle with the people. Yes, I know. It's what I was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can I help you, my child?
Is he about to grab my ear?
He looks like he's about to reach for it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight him. I just need to be prepared. Prylar, I'm looking for a member of the Order of the Triller. Was it the Triller?
Killer.
Tiller. Not Triller, yes.
Hmm. Your
have...
paw seems uncertain. As if you're unsure where your path may lead. Which that proves out that you're not sure where you're going, hence why you're asking me directions.
That would be a good explanation, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're looking for, you say the Order of the Tiller. Well, that would be one of the emissary focused sects. The Assembly. And you're looking to join their monastery?
No, I just, a friend wants me to go speak to them. Apparently
Oh.
there's something they know that I should know.
Well,
That sounds horribly ambiguous, I'm sorry.
no, it's fine. Honestly, a respectable Starfleet officer I wouldn't recommend one being seen in the company of a cult such as that is wrapped up in charismatic superstition.
Oh, they behave like that.
Yes, they even have a Vedic now, so which blessed is those who lead the others to the prophets, but I would perhaps invite you to visit a different monastery. Perhaps you can get some sort of souvenir or a hollow image at any number of temples here within the city, in fact. I believe that'd be a better use of your time.
Potentially, but I'm not there to get a sermon. They know something that I need to know, apparently. So, and it's not religious. The last I checked, it's just something they'd seen.
Oh, it's a criminal investigation.
Yeah. That's the easier explanation.
Present security difficulty 1.
I'm just like, yeah, thanks. That's the easier explanation. I'm just gonna go with that. Guerrilla warfare? Misdirection?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Threat.
Sure.
Didn't need it, but actually, why not? Yo!
Oh, God. 4 momentum gained.
Yikes.
Our poor game master. Well-
Do you have a pad with you, perhaps, Lieutenant Commander?
Of course.
I'm more than happy to cooperate with a Starfleet investigation into this most unseemly sect. Hopefully, we'll be able to prevent these cultists from defiling the word of the prophets any further. Ah, here they are. And he hands the pad back to you as he's indicated on a nav file where in the Masilla province they are.
Well, thank you. Your cooperation will be noted.
Please, I work on behalf of the prophets. No thanks is required.
Of course, brother.
Walk with the prophets, child.
Walk with the prophets.
And he wanders off with his head a little higher and a little happier with what he did today.
When he's not
today.
looking, I'm gonna rub my ear because that hurts.
Oh yeah, he squeezed extra hard. You have to make sure he could feel the paw properly.
So,
Yeah, you know.
Myth, are you capable of deactivating feeling to your extremities?
Why?
I would recommend it if they try to grab your ear.
I will take it under advisement.
Unless you just want the experience once, but I promise you that's all you'll want.
And as they start walking again, this kind of just like looks confused and reaches up and squeezes her earlobe.
There is a technique to it. I am not exactly experienced in it. I do know it. Or we could just find another Prylar and you can speak to them.
Oh, I'm sure that will not be necessary.
Oh, well, I mean, we're going to a whole temple full of them, so
Well,
you'll get
yeah.
your chance. You will get your chance.
And with that, we'll cut back to Starbase 21 in current time. News scene. As
You're
Grand
welcome for
Independent-
the momentum.
Wow, that was a long briefing.
Oh no, you're reading the document.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. Like that was a long intelligence that was a long threat report.
Yeah, I don't know how the Andromeda managed to pick this much trouble up, but it's nice to know we get sent there. Don't you agree?
Yeah. Their troubles are our troubles.
Yeah.
Well, shall we? Oh,
A Rhodesian steps out of the office, looking at a pad, and kind of starts walking away.
Joan.
He turns on. Oh, Captain Grennan, Commander.
Seeing you here.
Yeah, I just got my latest assignments to look over the personnel for the squadron, so I have to go do that.
And Grennan holds up his pad, which I like to think has that nifty little Tiger Squadron emblem on it. And he said, "We're just about to go in ourselves."
Fair warning, the Vice Admiral's on the line with Nia, and he's in a bit of a mood. He only just found out that Nia assigned you as squadron leader somehow. So have fun with that, briefing captain.
It sounds like
Well,
every time Grinning talks to me.
Well, it can't be any worse than Bertram.
Which Bertram? Sorry.
It was Captain Bertram.
Captain Bertram. I know that name. I know different Bertrams, so
Which
sorry.
starbase was it?
I'm asking you that, really, sir?
No. Out of character. Which starbase was that?
That was.
Wasn't it
let's
two,
look up-
three, four?
I think the Telluride
I've
is
been to a lot
1,
of
2, 3.
starbases in the past few months.
123.
Bertram of Starbase 123.
That's the 5th, I think. Yeah, I don't know them, but
She did not like me.
well, the 5th is in the 10th former operational area, and they've inherited a space station worth of breakaway Starfleet Romulan and Klingons. So they're probably having a fun time over there in the Shackleton.
Mm.
I mean, also taking into consideration you have that effect on a lot of people, Captain.
Anyhow, I'll let you get back to your work, but out of character, it's been a couple months, so
Yeah.
it's good to see you again.
Yeah, I get the feeling I only just got back from the last Starbase assignment, so I'll probably have to run off somewhere else now to make some other admiral not be so mad with us.
Mm.
We took some nice ships away from other fleets. They're not going to be too happy that they're not going to full captains. So,
Yeah.
But that's my job. So.
Hopefully, we'll prove ourselves worthy of them.
Frankly, sir, I hope that this turns into us being a little paranoid. I hope all you get to do is stare at the stars and play Dom Jot or something.
Hmm.
All right. Captain, Commander.
Commander?
And as soon as he turns the corner, Grennan says, I was never any good at Dom Jot.
No, I was always more of a poker guy myself.
Anyhow, shall we?
We shall.
And we're gonna head to the door and head in. Well, first we're going to check and see if they're ready to see us.
Through the door, it's semi-transparent. You can see that there is a busy office of various red and gold-colored personnel milling around inside the Admiralty office.
Oh, so it's like a big office.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the
not like
Admiralty's it's the Admiralty's wing for the deck. It's
okay. So it's not
an
like
unofficial sort of it's not, think of it like a bridge except it's office based.
Okay, cool. Okay, then yeah, we'll just go in then.
You step in and one of the officers, woo, it's huge. No,
The officers is huge. Are we supposed to be
They're
seeing
from a high
anything,
gravity
is it
world
just
or
all
whatever.
black?
it is supposed to be black because it's theater of the mind, this office for a bit because the initial tile did not match what I was looking for.
Okay.
Captain Grennan,
Yep, that would be me.
you're sir.
This is my back.
Yeah, Commander Pend.
Oh, okay. Looks at a pad, types at it, walks over to a key, leans over a yeoman and kind of taps it to a computer. The rear armor can see you now. Just head on in.
Great.
Kind of walks off with a pad, with like 3 pads under their arm as the office is very, very busy.
I'm so
we're
happy
gonna head on in.
we have a department now on the ship to deal with all this.
Ugh. Tell me about it.
Reggie, go to one of the corner offices, the corner office part, or room, I should say, of this area that has windows looking out into the stars for Starbase 21. As you can see, some ships coming and going, some shuttles going about. And Nia kind of looks up from her computer. Captain Grennan and Commander Pend. Nice for you to come by.
It's Rear Admiral Nia.
You're a little late. She glanced at her computer and looks back at you.
Well, we managed to get managed to fill out the paperwork for our strategic operation orders, and we felt it would be prudent to familiarize ourselves with the orders specifically before meeting with you.
Oh, so you don't have to fill out that. That's good. Have you had a chance to read it? I assume that's why you're late.
Yes, exactly. We wanted to make sure we knew the orders before we came in. That way we'd be more on the same page.
All right, well, have a seat.
Okay.
Let me just get the Vice Admiral on the line. He wanted to be present for the briefing. It'll make him a little more happy that we have officers that do their homework ahead of time. And on a wide screen next to her desk appears the face of Vice Admiral Ruthgar, Admiral 10th Expeditionary Fleet Admiral for the Eastern Forces. That he controls most of the forces along the Klingon and Gorn border.
So he is the Eastern equivalent of Admiral Para.
Mm-hmm.
Neat. Okay. Admiral.
Captain.
Here we go.
All right, Nia. Have you already briefed them on what's happened? Actually, Admiral, it looks like... Actually, sir, it looks like they've already had access to the strategic operations document, and they've read over some of it, and I have not needed to brief them quite yet. All right. So, an intrepid and defiant class. Any particular reason you came down to that decision, Captain? I hear this was largely your staff's idea. Nia pointedly doesn't look... looks at the Vice Admiral, but just looks over at you like, nope, I'm not grabbing that hot potato. That's on you.
Indeed, there has been a certain allotment of fleet resources for this squadron, and we felt that it would be a better use of said resources to not pull aside a larger capital ship for the purposes.
Why didn't you take on any fighter wings with you, or as escort, as opposed to a Defiant? A Defiant seems a bit of a loud statement on the frontier.
Captain, may I take this one?
Very well. My XO here was the one who specifically requested to me a Defiant class.
Commander Pend, is it?
Correct, Rear Admiral. So the reason why
clears her throat.
So the
Vice Admiral.
I did say Vice Admiral.
Oh, I thought you said Rear Admiral. It's like,
No, I said Vice.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. All right, go ahead, Pen.
So the reason why I recommended a Defiant is, even though this is a quote-unquote peacekeeping, just flying around the area mission, sometimes it does help to show off what firepower we have, rather along the lines of show but not use. Let them know that we're not as much as a pushover as they think.
All right. And this Intrepid looks to be one of our technical testbed ships.
Indeed.
I'm surprised you didn't request a scientific survey vessel or a Pathfinder.
That's an interesting point to that, is that as a technical testbed, those tend to have some of the most adept engineering staffs in the fleet. And when it comes to scientific research, the tools at your disposal can sometimes be almost as important as the minds at your disposal.
The two of you can give me presence command. Difficulty 3. He is somewhat biased against Grenin in particular, not because of his reputation, just because Rithgar doesn't like Grenin in particular.
Oh, great, awesome.
You're the reason
I'm
the border
going-
was tense, and that's his bailiwick. He's like, "Yep, I remember you. He's cleared of
also-
charges. I don't care."
We also fixed it.
Ooh. I'm going to spend 3 momentum if that's okay,
Sure.
because that's I wouldn't say diplomacy or law, probably not.
Would you allow poker face or composure? Or hell, even starships, because I'm giving a decent reason of why we're using a specific starship.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm okay with this though, because I still have. This is still a really good roll for me.
Free momentum.
That was just a nat 1. So, back at 5. Great.
He asks more follow-up questions about, why this space frame as opposed to that space frame. What is the measurement of its use for squad strength? He's basically trying to find a reason for you to be wrong. But you have your answers. You had reasons you chose the ships you did. They weren't just pulled out of a hat. And your characters are able to articulate that until Rithgar's finally like, he nods and he goes quiet for a bit. No one can really say anything because he outranks everyone in the room by way too much. So everyone kind of has to wait for him to talk. And then he nods and very well then. This configuration I will approve for now. As for the more particulars, I'll let you handle this, Nia. Yes, sir. Don't screw this up, Grenin.
Yes, Admiral.
Rithgar out. Oh, that's one way to make friends.
Wait, that's what we were supposed to do?
Believe it or not, he is pleased with your report, so.
Could have fooled me. No offense.
Rithgar is
Disappointed Uncle energy.
he's seen a lot since the war. Let's put it that way. And the Archon battles were not kind to the fleet strength. But anyway,
I was there.
I'll refrain from going into it. To business. So, she looks at her. She taps at her computer. All right. So, have you decided who your commanding officers of the Maxwell Planck and the Peltists will be?
Well,
Or have you had a chance to consult with your senior staff, your squadron senior staff?
we have mostly come to a consensus, although we never put anything in stone pending approval of the vessels.
Okay.
But currently, I'm leaning towards posting my own XO to the Maxwell Planck. Not Planck, the
So what?
other one. Other one.
Completely pulled the rug out. What? I'm getting the sign. I can find my staff wherever I want. Screw you.
Get wrecked penned. I'm assigning my XO to the Peltast. I have yet to decide on the posting for the Maxwell Planck. I have considered transferring our chief engineer to the Planck, considering they recently passed their command test. And the Planck's nature as a technical test bed could use a very experienced engineer at her center.
That's Lieutenant Commander Limia Vada. Yes, there it is.
That is correct. Which means that we'll be in need of a new chief engineer. I don't know if you'd want us to select someone from among our own crew, or if you'd want someone specially transferred on to fill in the role.
Well, we've gotten the resources that we have now. You could move, if you feel it's appropriate, you could move someone on your flagship up to, well, not flagship per se, command ship, to chief engineer. But if you want to transfer one of the engineers from one of the other ships over, that's your prerogative. But I imagine the best you're going to get is a lieutenant, given that we're only authorized by the council for a squadron strength, so we can't really get you too many high-ranking officers beyond the ones you already have.
That's fine. That's completely. I can absolutely work with that.
So we're gonna type in Vada then.
For the Maxwell Planck, I would say so. I'll inform her of the. I'll inform her of the promotion.
And as for your squadron disposition, a command structure, you don't have. You're not at a flotilla or full-on fleet status, but so there are certain. You're not required to. And I think it'd be overkill, frankly, if you had an adjunct assigned to you, since you can directly command and monitor the ships yourself through your staff. But have you taken a thought to assigning a squadron operations officer or intelligence officer?
I have not at this very moment in time.
It would be, I would advise, if not having a dedicated officer to such roles, then having one of your standing officers serve in that role on behalf of the squadron in the event that you can't be present. Much like how one, as you've seen, I've had Joan and my other staffers working on my behalf elsewhere within the sector on behalf of the 10th.
So
that's more of an issue for a fleet of the 10th size, but for a squadron, it's not required by any means, but it can certainly lessen the command load on you. Otherwise, you're the one who has to read the strategic reports and the intelligence reports.
So in that regards, it's like an XO for the squadron, whereas Pend is the XO for my own ship. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, I wish to remind you, Captain, that you will have to select a new executive officer, as Penn will be a commanding officer of the Pelton.
Yes, I understand that. I mean it as a to draw a comparison.
In a sense, a strategic operations officer is a security-minded executive officer. They're a squadron level XO, I guess would be a comparison. Intelligence officer is its own thing entirely. Some don't feel a need for a dedicated intelligence officer. Some just read the reports themselves. Others, especially in large fleets like mine, like the 10th, it's important to have someone looking over all the reports that I'm getting and get the most important ones to me. And again, with a squadron your size, you don't require such officers, but I advise it simply because this is your first time commanding a squadron of this size, rather than being part of a large fleet mobilization.
In that regards, I will look into getting one. I probably will not have one right away, as given the state of things, it is a decision I would want to put some serious thought into, and not just make the decision to make the decision.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something you can always do out in the field anyway. Just something to keep in mind.
Thank you.
Any questions about... Oh, yes, Ben.
I mean, if we knew Joan wasn't busy, we could just ask for him to be deployed.
Oh, I'm sure he's far too busy.
I have him smoothing the feathers of the fleets we took the Planck and the Peltas from. They are now short an Intrepid class and a Defiant class on our behalf, and they're not only the Admiralty is really clear to know, so there's a lot of keeping relations up with our sister fleets.
Hmm.
And he's going to be doing that for the next while.
Important work. I used to do it.
Well, there's a reason I have him now. I do not enjoy the hand-holding of certain officers. But anyway, any questions about your objectives, both overt and covert?
Just for a second. Well, I've read over the everything relating to the Alliance fleet and the concern. What's the current status, if you're allowed to inform me, of the Andromeda? As we may need to reach out from time to time regarding their intelligence.
What I can tell you is that they are currently in protracted talks with the Woohoo and certain members of the Alliance government.
Sorry.
Did someone say DuckTales?
I can't take that seriously. The Woohoo. Okay.
So that is what they're up to at the moment. As for reaching out to them, they are currently dedicated, and I'm allowing them to continue it. Their diplomatic efforts, ideally, they may be able to turn this around before it becomes a problem.
Mhm.
So for now, unless they contact you, I advise you not to contact them.
All right.
So it doesn't look like you're you're part of the same task element.
Yes. Will they be made aware of our status?
Once we can get a secure subspace communication channel with them, we can inform them. Right now, they're on the other side of the Five System Alliance sensor net. Their entire system has a sophisticated listening and surveillance net that intercepts and can very easily decode our transmissions with the Andromeda. Most of our communications have been very minimal blasts via the fleet reports. But eventually they will get a hold of your general fleet reports and we'll send it to them to inform them. So when you log your next report, be advised to be careful until they're sure that they have a confirmed channel. Any information you're hoping to pass on to the Andromeda through the report, be advised that they may not be able to read it with any safety or security until they get clear of their space and until they get to open space again.
Okay. I just figured reading everything over, since the Andromeda is such a large part of this puzzle, I'd ask for some clarification.
Yes, well, the strange thing is we simply sent them out there as a deep space exploration vessel, and they very quickly found us new friends.
Wow, that sounds familiar.
I presume you've seen the threat report of their ships.
Indeed.
Yeah, as much as I would love to have a full flotilla deployed, the council has not seen fit to deploy a flotilla without the presence of the sovereign, and right now we have the sovereign working on something, basically to patrol a certain astrological phenomena while also being on standby for the Tholian border. So if we deployed the expedition over that way with a full flotilla, we would only do that if we thought war was inevitable, but we're trying to take a lighter hand to this. I did think about asking for a few favors to see about getting you a flotilla. Unfortunately, you have, as much as you've recovered your reputation with by absolving yourself of the crimes for B'Moth, which congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
You've made a significant amount of enemies among the Andromeda, the Andorian government as Azalon was a bit of a war hero. Despite what we all know, many officers hold her in high esteem, and she's considered, and it's considered a great shame that her blood wasn't brought to the Wall of Heroes. So, frankly, you almost weren't approved to be the CO of this squadron on the basis of that. So, we decided it was better not to. The fact that we got approval for the squadron at all was of significant effort to begin with. With time,
the fact I'm commanding it is a minor miracle.
And the rest of the fleet commanding staff their ships would not be appropriate for this assignment, I don't think. Again, if we sent the expedition, that would be a clear sign of with our strongest ship of the fleet. That would not be there is no way we could possibly fool the Chigoans into thinking that was a mere survey squadron, and the other ships are not designed for such work. And save for the Blackwall of the Fallen, but then we have the other problem of ships that aren't used to strategic operations, as your ship has gotten used to over the last year.
And I know the Hatfield is being kept close to the Tholian front.
And apparently the Tenchi as well. As I've heard, not too long ago, I approved Captain Athaton to go deep into Tholian space. And we're still waiting to hear back from them.
Wow. That is a lot.
Yes, so...
Now that sums up most of my questions, concerns, and clarifications. What about you, Exo?
No, for me, yes, these ships were a minor concern, considering there's going to be 3 of us. But the major thing for me is the mention of a Borg wreckage. Do we know for a fact that it's wreckage?
It was found by the Andromeda, crash landed in one of the deepest parts of the ocean on Shosku 1. It was inactive right up until they beamed aboard it. They're able to extract one of the Borg aboard. And since then, I think they've de-assimilated them to some degree. But before they left the ship, they activated a procedure that had the ship detonate. Now, that means, from last their scan, the superstructure of the sphere is annihilated due to the antimatter explosion. However, it is, now that some of the radiation will have calmed down to a degree, it is very possible that there are bits of wreckage spread across the planet or elsewhere in the ocean. Given that it wasn't a space detonation, but a planetary detonation.
Oh, that's fair, but it would be good to rule out Borg alongside the whole Chigoan and the Five Alliance issue.
Right. I do have one last question, actually. This is a minor logistical question before we depart. Do we need to leave right away on our mission, or do I have a little time to tour the plank and the Peltast before we leave?
Well, the Vice Admiral is going to be here before the end of day for the mustering, the senior officer mustering. As long as your tour doesn't take longer than the assembly meeting, I see no reason why to restrict you from your ships, frankly.
Great. I'd like to be able to say that I've seen the ships under my command by the time we leave.
Myself and the Vice Admiral are intending to do short commencement speeches, if nothing else, for the record. Do you wish me to schedule for you to make a speech of your own as well? I know some captains don't like to do such things, and I do not wish to twist your arm in that regard. Hmm?
I would love to.
Very good.
Nia's like, do you want to give a speech? I know some captains don't like giving speeches.
All right. Lastly, well, that is the overall briefing at the moment. One addition to the mission reading is that you will be at present, no other ship has really investigated the planet since the Andromeda. The Gorn haven't shown any interest leaving their borders. They've stayed well within. But be advised that it is very possible that certain elements of Klingon piracy and independent ships may investigate after the lost Klingon vessel that was at the scene. Since the rumor mill of the disappearance of the Koskari, according to my intelligence officers, may attract treasure hunters.
Mm.
Nothing, I would imagine nothing to the scale of a whole fleet, but it is something to be aware of for our
Right.
security.
All right. Well, if there's nothing else, Admiral.
Nothing else for me, unless either of you have questions.
I think that'll do it.
Same. I think we're good to go to have a quick look around the ships.
Oh. Very well. And as Captain turns around to leave, he says, "Oh, by the way, Admiral, good to see that you're in good health."
Yes. Commander Panda, stay by just a little while longer. I need to speak with you. Privately, Captain.
All right. He's a little confused by that, but he just nods and he leaves. Uh-oh.
I swear there's no proof.
Penned Mike, Captain Vex is very good at her job. And you well know how resourceful Starfleet intelligence can be when it comes to gathering information, especially after Aslan's network was dismantled.
Yes.
And it has come to certain investigation that it is possible that a Starfleet officer aboard the Kismet may or may not be responsible for the attempted murder of a Federation citizen.
Any in particular citizen and any in particular officer?
She looks out. She stands up and kind of looks out the window.
I mean, you have read my record since it was unredacted, right? You knew what I did for Azalon and 31 for all those years.
Why?
Why
She turns
which,
and looks at you.
Why which part?
Why Section 31?
Kind of didn't have a choice? I mean,
We all have a choice, Commander.
Yeah, that's all good and well, but when you kind of kidnapped at a young age and raised within the organization, you kind of don't have a choice.
Give me a reason as to why I shouldn't just turn you over to Starfleet Security and have you drummed down to ensign.
I mean, the fact that you're asking me to give you a reason means that you're not sure you want to do it in the first place. You know for a fact that I was following orders which, by all means, any admiral would have given in different circumstances. It's just, on this occasion, it was given by an admiral who clearly lost her fucking mind due to the Calcut crystals. If that wouldn't have happened, and she would have still been a relatively sane member of Section 31 and an admiral, this wouldn't be an issue, would it?
A captain once said that we are not, to paraphrase, of course, we are not in a time of heroes any longer, but a time of spies and masterminds.
Spy masters and rogues, I think, is what the phrase was.
Oh, someone feels like correcting a flag officer. She's paraphrasing. But from here on out, Commander, that time ends in this fleet.
I mean, you do also realise I handed in my resignation from Section 31 to the Admiralty. So I'm no longer a member of Starfleet Intelligence, correct?
You were part of the intelligence branch for a short while. I've since had you removed from that security briefing, and your security clearance was lowered. However, it will have to be raised since you'll be a squadron command, a ship captain. But I wanted to get a feel for you, for myself, to see what kind of officer I was dealing with. I sense no joy in what you did, nor some level of satisfaction, but that's expected of Starfleet officers who do their job.
Admiral,
Hmm.
let's take into consideration all the things I've done in the past. They were legitimate orders, given for legitimate reasons. In concerns to this Azalon situation, as soon as she overstepped the mark, look what lengths I went to correct it. Do you really think I'm on that side of things? Or do you think I'm a Starfleet officer?
Give me presence command difficulty of 1. It would be harder, but she can actually sense you, so she can kind of tell that you're not lying.
I'll spend a momentum. Focus in composure?
Yeah, I'll take it. Because you're being called on the carpet by the flag officer of the fleet. It's like, 3 momentum gained.
So, well, yes.
On the recommendation of Commander Jean, on the good word of Captain Grennan, and my own personal estimation of you, I see no need to ignore your contributions to the Federation or Starfleet in recent days. And given that reducing you to Lieutenant Commander would make your job harder and make the squadron cohesion harder to maintain, shall we say, I'm willing to allow you to maintain your rank for now. But know this, Commander. So long as you're within the 10th Expeditionary, you will never serve within the intelligence branch. Not within squadron, not on any ship under my command. And I'll recommend that to any other ship.
I appreciate the warning, but considering I spent close to 20 years working in the intelligence branch of the Federation full stop, I have no interest in doing it again.
There's a second part to this, Commander. If you ever are in contact with the intelligence community, whether it be the official Starfleet intelligence or this Section 31, I want you to report it as soon as possible to Captain Grennan. Failure to do this will result in your immediate detention and demotion. This condition will remain for 1 year. In that time, you can prove yourself in the squadron, and you can prove yourself to the rest of Starfleet. Because there are a few counselors who would love nothing more than to pull you out in front of the news service and show that they caught one. The fact that we didn't catch Aslan and were able to bring her to trial has made things very complicated for Starfleet. And the only person that is within Federation space that is of significant rank is you. But I'm not one who enjoys sacrificing my officers on the altar simply for political expediency.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, if Starfleet Intelligence reach out to me, you'll probably know about it. And if Section 31 come looking for me, it's probably not for a conversation. It's probably for my head.
To that end, I am going to have my strategic operations officer register your firearm and put it as part of your give it a special allowance for your personal protection, given that you are in a higher threat level than normal. Mechanically, she's saying that the escalation cost is going to be waived because it's a lot more, it's signed off by a flag officer that isn't part of the Aslan conspiracy.
Fair enough. I appreciate that, Admiral. It's don't really need to, but I'm not going to say no.
The alternative is I would confiscate it from you and fine you for the possession of a non-standard weapon. But my strategic operations officer has pointed out to me that we're not in the business of handing out fines. We're in the business of making sure officers can do their job. And you do yours, and you've succeeded at the jobs that I've sent you on. So it's hard to be too upset with you.
Well, I shall try my utmost to make sure Captain Grennan and the squadron don't completely shit the bed.
Bit of advice for you, Commander.
Yes, Admiral.
Come clean with your captain, because at some point, my findings will get to him.
Oh, he already knows.
He knows you tried to murder Adler.
I assume so. I think I've told him.
Didn't think you had the stomach for it.
No, I'm not a liar. If I'm ordered to keep a secret, I will, but I'm not a liar.
Forgive me if I don't take you at your absolute word there, former Section 31 officer. She
Wah,
raises an eyebrow at you.
Technically, it was former acting head, but yeah.
You're dismissed, Commander.
Thank you.
Watch your
Admiral.
back.
I shall indubitably try to do so. And I'll head out and start walking out.
Give me insight security opposed.
Yay!
Yay.
I'll spend a die for an extra die. Spend a die. Spend a threat, rather.
You can take
I'll
it
spend a
back.
die to get a success.
yeah. Yeah, take it back, I'll buy one.
All right.
Oh man.
Former operative?
Yeah.
Womp womp.
I'll also spend 2 momentum.
Go for it.
Jesus.
Oh.
Well, I've got
Buttons.
a reroll.
Yup.
So I'm at 2.
Determination spend.
Yep.
Just so you know.
Yeah, that's 4 with a comp for you.
Yeah. And actually, I get to reroll that d20. No.
It can be 6 hits. Yay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna...
Yikes!
That's a.
I'll be spending a value.
Yeah, no kidding.
Wow. 6 hits.
Would you take when shit goes wrong, figure it out?
Yeah.
Is he gonna get black bagged as soon as he leaves the office?
I'm actually assuming Grenon's kind of cooling his heels for a little bit, waiting for pens.
Yeah, he is.
He's like, I could read my pad a little bit. Wait a bit. Ooh, look. That's what the Pell test means. Oh, it has something to do with the warrior. Neat, you know.
I'm going to be funny. Should I reroll 3, or should I just go for all 4 for shits and giggles?
Oh wow, up to you.
Yeah, it's up to you.
I'll go for all 4 for shits and giggles.
Oh my god.
Yep. This is the history of Penn.
That is a tie.
Can we spend 2 momentum to essentially have the advantage?
He can succeed at complication.
Sure, why not?
And then could we spend that 2 momentum to quash that complication?
No.
Oh.
How nice do you think I am?
I'm not you.
Yes, that's true.
You know what I'm talking about.
He's not lying.
I'm not sure, honestly.
No, it's like in terms
fine.
of game mastering.
It's okay. Just making fun of me. It's fine. Hurt my feelings.
No, it was the other way around. It's I was saying like that's what you would say of me. It's like, no, you can't spend 2 momentum to ignore succeed at cost. I'm not you, Grenon. Because that's the kind of thing I would probably let my players on the Hatfield pull off, because I'm a pushover.
I mean, you said it. No, I'm kidding. You're not a pushover. I'm just meaner than you are. Put it that way. But what you find is that as you're stepping out into the main lobby, you are sitting next to a person who is a Vulcan, who's holding a pad. They're talking with the secretary, and you recognize them from from previous operations.
So it's a 31.
They're not armed or anything. They're not wearing anything particularly nefarious. They just look like some Federation functionary. But they do look up at you as you're starting to pass by.
As soon as I walk past, I will quick draw and just level it at the back of his head.
Oh no.
Comes a pen to Rear Admiral Near.
I found one. Oh my god.
Grennan, you hear an alarm as there's red alert lights lighting up in the hallway, and you can hear shouting from beyond the door.
Well, you said it's a clear door. What do I see in there?
Penn seems to be pointing his weapon at some Federation functionary, and two Federation security Starfleet security officers are pointing phasers at Penn.
Okay, I'm opening that door.
Change scenes. As they look back in the past.
Ben.
Why do you do this to me?
Because it's funny.
The counselor will see you now, Lieutenant Commander.
Thank you. Oh boy.
You're
Right,
11. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Myth, if you want to come along, feel free. I don't exactly know what it is. If she really doesn't want you there, she'll ask you to leave.
I do not have anything else to do currently, Commander. If you wish for my accompaniment.
Yeah, please.
Very well.
Under the guise of she's less likely to bite my head off if you're present. And, go on over and in as upright and professional appearing as ever. Which is probably saying a lot for him.
You step into an office that has a beautiful view of the capital region of Bajor. Large desk, various decorations, mostly a Bajoran art style, but there's one or two look to be gifts and art pieces from elsewhere in the Federation. And you can see a prayer wheel to the prophets on one of on its own bit in a little shrine alcove.
Oh, nice.
A Bajoran woman, older woman, the wrinkles playing on her face, her hair starting to change color. She walks around. She stands up and walks around her desk and looks at the two of you. Are you in service uniforms?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's only been like half an hour.
Yeah, I don't think we went to get changed out of them. Actually, I didn't know if Myth was in hers to start with, but yeah, I assume so.
Yeah.
Who's your friend, Lieutenant Commander?
Counselor Isho, this is Lieutenant Myth of the USS Kismet, our Chief Science Officer. I am showing her around Bajor while I'm here, and, well, your request was rather unspecific. as to if it was private or not. But if it is, she can be asked to leave or never speak of it to anyone. She's
She
got
looks at
talent for
you.
that.
She furrows her brows at you like, what? No, it's fine, Lieutenant Commander. Your friend can stay. Lieutenant Myth, was it?
Yes.
Are you all right? It looks like your ocular implants may be malfunctioning.
I do not have ocular implants. My entire bodily construction is inorganic. I am an android.
Oh, so like some sort of automata.
In the same way that you are some sort of organism, yes.
Oh. Tilts her head a bit. The counselor seems to stare at Myth for a bit, like her head tilted a bit, kind of puzzling, a hand up to her face as she seems to be puzzling over something.
Something on your mind, counselor?
Oh, sorry. I've never seen an android before. Sorry for staring.
There are very few androids in Federation space.
How many are there? 100, 200?
Less than 10.
Oh,
I was going to say 3. But yeah,
3 that are currently known of, yes. There are an additional 2 that have been destroyed, to the best of my knowledge.
I was making a guess. But yeah, no, I mean, when I first got aboard the Kismet, I couldn't not stare at what was very alien. No offense, Smith.
No offense taken.
right. Well, she folds her arms. Well, Lieutenant Commander, the reason I called you here is I wanted to ask if you were interested in entering into politics.
Excuse me, what?
Well, you've become somewhat of a bit of a story here on Bajor as the soldier that rose up the ranks and proved that good old Bajoran elbow grease can solve any problem that the Federation needs. You're a decorated officer, you've served with distinction, and you've accounted for Bajor rather well. And there have been talks of the province that you're registered as being born in. She shrugs like that. She's like, well, I mean, we're all registered somewhere, but when's the last time anyone's been in their home province? Sort of shrug, like, yeah. The occupation was that long ago. But yes, they are looking for a new assembly member, and well, what better than the hometown hero or home provincial hero of Varder? I was asked to extend the invitation somewhat, well, not absolutely secretly, she motions at Myth, but with some level of discretion, so I didn't just shout it across the Federation.
Right. What? I am not a politician by any stretch of anything.
Many of us from the days of the occupation weren't, but one's path, I think they say, is not always the one one walks anymore.
No. But that would be a thing where it'd be very much you can no longer be in Starfleet to do that. I'm assuming that sounds about right.
You'd have to be you'd have to be out of service for the duration of your tenure,
Which is several years, I'm thinking, probably.
Well, I mean, if you're if your re-election goes well, you could be there for upwards of a decade.
Yeah. That sounds incredibly boring.
I had a feeling you might say something like that.
And where I am, I'm doing well. I would like to imagine a decent amount of good. Which is a different kind of good, but still something.
I've been informed that you are psychically gifted in some regard.
Yeah, there was an incident with a alien species that resulted in that. It's a long story. But yeah, no, I am a telepath now.
There are some within the Vedic Assembly that are suggesting that perhaps a Varder could rejoin their ranks.
I was never. Oh god.
Oh, I know. I looked it up, as they seem rather adamant that your family had the Dajara of the priesthood. I
They
wanted to see
did.
how far. I wanted to see how far back it was when a Varder was a priest. It wasn't all that long ago. So, and especially since the Orthodoxy wants to reclaim one of their own, as they keep saying, since you, according to them, are able to commune with the prophets or something to that effect. At least that's how they're interpreting it.
Yeah. It's not the prophets. Well, not that most of the time. That's a weird thing to say. Ignore that I said that. But
I'm no Vedic. I'm just a counselor.
yeah, I don't exactly see me doing anything priestly. Yeah, that's an entirely different. Really, those are the options for me at the moment: politics or religion.
Well, you're going to have to use your influence at some point, Lieutenant Commander. You have, for every admirer one garners, one collects enemies just as quickly. Even my rise to representing the entire Bajoran people to the Federation was fraught with, well, I wouldn't say danger, but in the physical sense, but political danger in my case. And I have displeased certain people who wish to have more influence over or control over our people's destiny in the Federation. But what I say now, and what I said to you back then when you shot at me.
Yeah, that did happen.
Yeah. Is that sometimes one can't wait around for someone else to do the job. Because if they do, and they screw up, the only person you have to blame is yourself. When you knew you could have acted. Now, I'm not saying you have to become a priest or get into politics, but your people are looking at you. And when you have the attention of the people, it is hard to get rid of it. For every commendation you do, you'll be cheered. For every mistake you make, you will be vilified. And if you don't take control over your path, others will try to control it for you.
That didn't turn out too well for the Cardassians, but I get your point, more or less, probably. But changing what I do because I'm being watched isn't exactly inspiring. I mean, oh, look, I'm successful. Now I'm in politics and being one of those people, not, the kind of people I'm meaning, not you, per
I
se.
certainly hope not.
The ones that
She-
just do everything for their own gain.
So what do you intend to do?
I don't know. I was just doing the best I could to make Bajorans look good, so that, the Federation would accept us better. Which apparently is working. This is more out there to do. I don't exactly have a huge amount here.
So what do you intend to do out there then? She looks up at the ceiling and then back to you.
Well, I've found a place on a good ship with a good group of people, and we do good work. I mean, we just found an interesting time in Klingon politics to prevent a war between the Federation and the Klingon Empire, which I would say is something, at least. Saving a species.
I've actually heard rumors that you are going to be assigned to a fleet, a frontier fleet at that.
Well, that'll be something interesting. Either way, I'm in a position to help people and make sure that they don't have their planet go through what we went through. I think that's a good enough tasking for any Bajoran to undertake. It means something as well.
So you intend to continue your Starfleet career as if nothing has changed?
People look at me. You're saying that's what's changed? I'm now known?
You're now watched. You have a power that few can gather, and that is influence. The fact that you are choosing not to use it doesn't change the fact that others would want to thieve it or manipulate it to their ends. So I thought, as your counselor, as much as I think that you are, in my personal opinion, a bit reckless, you've not shown that side of yourself, as far as I can tell, to the rest of the Federation. And some admire you for your, what is the phrase the Vedic said once? Your forthrightness and righteous candor. He looks at you. No smile, just kind of like,
Mm-hmm. Well, I know I'd make a terrible politician. I know I don't want to be a priest. That was not exactly what we needed back then, and I don't see everyone turning back to it exactly, well, anything useful. What I can do is what I have been doing. If there's some way that I can, I don't know, wave my hand and fix something, then sure, but I have no ideas at the moment. I've never really thought about it. It's not been something I've had to think about. That's been something for whoever was higher than me.
just remember what I said when, not if, but when someone starts asking you for a favor, whether it's one of your old cellmates, some priest who said a nice thing to you once, you're going to find a lot of people who will remember your name vividly all of a sudden. And even the most minor of favors may have more impact than you think. So I would ask you to be cautious in what you do. And when it comes to matters of Bajor, I would appreciate it if you informed myself or the assembly before handling it in your, shall we say, signature fashion.
You mean hit on?
as in getting in my way.
Hmm. If there's something that is pertinent to Bajor as a whole, or Bajor in general, I'll be sure to inform you. That would only make sense.
It would.
Though until this point, there's really been nothing that's come up.
Of course, she smiles and nods at you. Well, oh, and as for your Captain Grennan, I have written a recommendation toward his assignment to something a bit bigger, given that I believe that he and his ship have acted in in interests that favor the Bajoran people and indeed the Federation. So, to translate that out of politicese for you, Varder, for now, I've thrown in my earring behind you, rather than against you, as much as I would love to be your rival again. As far as I can tell, you seem to be trying to do the right thing. Don't necessarily agree with how you and your ship do it, but Bajor is not occupied, and we are not being invaded by psychic crystals trying to eat our brains, or whatever it was they were doing.
No, they're just trying to kill us.
Okay.
They're very upset with people killing them for powder drugs, basically. I think I'd be rather upset as well if people were grinding my body up to sniff it for a high.
Yes. It would be... I don't think my parents would appreciate it if I was opposing someone who was countering slavery and drug trade. So, just fair warning, I will stay behind you, but so long as you don't turn and shoot at me again.
Well, I don't see us being in that exact situation again, so I don't think I'll have a reason to shoot you, or at you, or anyone in the general vicinity of you. Well, that will last, but it's not. If someone tries to kill you and I'm there, then I might shoot them, but yeah.
He looks over at you, Myth. Is he always this chatty?
No.
All right, Lieutenant Commander. I will tell those who are interested in pulling you into their machinations that you are not interested currently, and that maybe when you retire you might reconsider. But for now, you have your duties to attend to.
Yeah, they can try again when I'm 50.
I'll try not to give them an exact number, because some people have decided to take after the Vulcans to be especially particular about numbers these days.
Oh, that's not going to be fun for me.
You think it's fun for me?
Oh, no, but it's your job.
I thought my job was representing the Bajoran people. One last thing. I don't know if you wish to accept it, given that it is coming with the recommendation of the Vedic Assembly, and I'm not opposed to it, but I know you're trying not to choose sides here, is what I'm reading from you. The Assembly has spoken about awarding you the title of Guardian of the Celestial Temple in recognition of your service to Bajor and its allies.
Oh. That's big and unexpected.
Mechanically speaking, You would get anytime you're trying to persuade someone of the once permission. Anytime you're trying to persuade a Bajoran official or authority figure of something, the difficulty goes down by 1 to a minimum of 1. And it'll eat up 2 of your reputation.
Each time I use it, it'll lead up to reputation.
Oh no, to gain the
Oh,
title
okay.
each time.
I was sitting there
Each
like,
time.
I was sitting there like, damn.
That would have been a pricey
Yeah.
ability.
I wouldn't be so sure about it if I might take it just to know I've got it, but never use it. If that was the cost of it. But that basically sounds like what the Bajoran Medal of Honor, essentially, except more religious.
It's a much more religious it's like a knighthood of a sort.
Oh, it's
Yeah, you
fantastic.
can.
Hopefully.
It'll be on the list of things that the computer spouts off when you're being court-martialed.
Yeah, and then the Bajorans hear that they're court-martialing that, and they'll get really uppity about it. Probably, unless I did something horrible. And if it was horrible, it might have been to a Cardassian, so they might still get uppity about it. Moving on. That. Yeah, no, still surprising. But it couldn't hurt to accept. I mean, it's the prophets are still a part of the people. That people will look to them, so turning it down would probably make people unhappy.
It would reveal your skepticism to most Bajorans, since the popular tales that you're either a skeptic or a new form of the emissary. Although the word that such blasphemy hasn't been uttered openly, but
Yeah, no, I'm not that at all.
I know. But in uncertain times, people cling to things that make them feel better.
Speaking of, I went to speak to some of my old friends here, and they seemed like they'd barely been able to catch a breath. Has there been something going on in the capital?
Give me persuade, security, or con difficulty 2. They kind of give you half answers. You get the feeling they know something, but they're kind of trying to talk around it.
Okay, present security.
You're
Fantastic.
your security officer. You're asking about a security matter.
Yep.
It's like, I'm a lieutenant commander. I'm allowed to ask these questions. I can be told no, but you know,
I still don't have a focus. I
this
just need
is
to
why
get
you're
the
not in politics.
Yeah, I just need to get the focus politics. And I'll be it. Well, it's security. It was a difficulty 2?
Yep.
Yeah, I want the answer to this. So, yeah, determination. More can always be learned because it can. That's what this is about.
Yep.
Or I feel it in my bones.
I'll take the first one.
Yeah. And you can have 2 threat.
Do.
I don't. Yeah. I don't even know why I did the 2 threat thing. Honestly, I just kind of thought about it. But hey, whatever. I did it. That's 5 successes. We've got 4 momentum now.
3 momentum gained.
Oh right, button. Damn it.
Aw.
Don't worry. I've got lots of milestones.
There's been a new movement recently of bringing back the orthodoxy ways right down to the Dajara. And it has been a topic that has been most vocal in the Vedic Assembly. But it has been reminded that by the civil assembly that it would violate our Federation law to enact the Dajara by law. And that has increased tensions again across the Bajor. Colonies not as much, thankfully. That's largely why I'm here rather than on Earth or Vulcan, simply because I have to oversee the scenario here. No, it's nothing like the Circle or anything like that, but it's enough that some people have gotten into a few scuffles here or there in the city. There's been a few arguments with pointy objects out in the farmlands and the riverlands. So she shrugs. I don't think it's going to be much of an issue. It will calm down. There's always some new issue that the assembly gets riled up about every now and again. But this is the first time in the last year that I've had to be here personally to oversee a scenario in case I need to request Starfleet intervention.
All right, well, that sounds like something I would throw influence at. This influence that I apparently have to just make it go away, if that's possible. I don't know how things work, but you get the general gist of what I'm saying, I hope.
I do. She adjusts her outfit a bit. This is kind of why I didn't want to tell you. She sits down at her desk, kind of fiddles with some writing implement on it. If you want, I can put you in to speak during the next assembly meeting next week, and you can put in your 2 cents on the 2 cents on the matter. And I'm assuming you're not for the Dajara. She shrugs.
That would just immediately make me a priest.
I mean, the Orthodox would be happy about that.
Yeah. So accept the commendation from the Orthodoxy to be they're happy, then speak against them, and it all evens out again. Congratulations, me. It probably won't be that clean, but
no, it
I
won't.
can hope.
Yeah. How long do you have to be here on Bajor?
A couple months.
Oh, well, there'll be plenty of time for us to campaign then in that event. Well, better to do it to line up the shot and hit what you're supposed to hit rather than accidentally hit someone you're not supposed to shoot at.
Yeah. Well, there's one other matter I'd like to take care of, and I don't know how long that'll take, but after that I can do whatever.
How long do you think you might need to figure out how long it'll take you to do your thing? Because I can't delay this any longer than a month, because eventually I have to weigh in and put my final foot down on it. And if you're going to say something, I'd rather you said something before I said something.
Yeah. Myth, we could get to the province. Well, I mean, we could get there in an hour if we just use transporters, and then we find the temple, and yeah, we could do that in a day. We could do it in an hour or two, really, to find out how long it'll be.
Indeed.
From what I've heard, hopefully it's just a conversation. I really hope it's just a conversation.
Are you some sort of go ahead, Lieutenant.
I believe a day to gather the necessary information would perhaps be sufficient.
All right. I expect to hear from you by noon tomorrow.
Okay, well, we can do that. Unless something horrible happens, in which case, oops.
Don't let anything horrible happen, Lieutenant Commander. I don't need a new headache while I'm on the homeworld.
Well, in that case, I won't let you know if it happens. Problem solved.
I could have you assigned to security duty on DS9 if you think you're going to be disruptive here on Bajor. She looks up at you at that.
I've been there and done that. wouldn't be the same without Odo.
Hmm.
The Quark is still there, I think.
He is.
Anyway, thank you for your time, counselor.
Yes. Either way, once you tell me when you're ready, I will put a date for your address to the assembly and also for your acceptance of your title. I presume you don't want it to be done at the Grand Temple of the Prophets, instead here at the assembly building. You get the read off that just to translate. It's being knighted in a church, being knighted in the government building. is what she's comparing. She quoted one of the major temples of the Orthodoxy.
Yeah, yeah, that's me going. And Farda going. It doesn't really matter.
Well,
I
if you wish to
assume
be
that'd be
Orthodoxy, it would be good of you to do it at their temple.
that thought did cross. Yeah, to the temple. It'll, yeah.
Have a
Makes
thought
sense.
about it. Get back to me by noon
Yeah.
tomorrow. She
Yeah.
moves her head like, oh god.
Well,
I'm not
at
gonna
least
like what
you're,
answer could be.
you're seeing why I'd make a terrible politician.
Or an especially good one. Have a good day, Lieutenant Commander.
You too, counselor.
Lieutenant.
Counselor.
And she looks down and begins making notes. Although
And,
she looks to be far more overworked than she was about 15 minutes ago.
Oh well, we don't get along yet, so. Ha ha. Leaving. Oh, that could have gone worse.
So the two of you step out of her office.
Mhm.
So that happened.
Yes. It appears you will now have to grapple with the issue of celebrity.
I just become a Master Chief Petty Officer again. What paper do I have to sign to just not deal with all of this?
In order to get a voluntary demotion, you must file out form.
Oh no.
The longest sigh.
Yeah.
Where do the two of you head as you get a lecture on the finer points of of proper demotion procedure?
Right. Well, you know that Prylar said something about this being a cult that we're gonna go to, and how being seen going there in uniform's probably a bad idea. I mean, he didn't exactly say it like that, but
Hmm.
going
We
there
probably
in
head
uniform's
back to
probably a bad
wherever we're
idea.
staying to switch into civvies, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Time for Varder to look like your typical Bajoran farmer again.
And time for Myth to change into the one set of civilian clothing she has.
What colors are Sylvie clothing?
It's black.
I don't have a tag for that.
Is it? What? I think you sent a picture of it where it's like this. Black
Yeah, I
ultra
did.
modern Look.
Yeah, it was like this black ultra-modern look that some classmate at the Daystrom Institute said, you should wear this sometime. And she was like, okay.
And now wears it all the time.
Whenever she's not in uniform, which is rarely.
Right.
But-
Need some more clothes at some
But
point.
it is the default.
It's
Out
the
of
default
uniform.
out of uniform look, yeah.
We gotta get you some clothes at some point.
Now, given that you're in civvy clothing, your Type 2 phasers will stand out because most civilians aren't approved to walk around with those things.
Yeah.
Even your Bajoran pistol is a militia weapon, not a civvy weapon. Well, actually, some civilians have them.
Yeah,
Eh,
Yeah.
I could probably get away with the carbine if I really wanted to.
Going to a temple?
I mean, I'd have to leave it at the door probably, but yeah.
going to the temple, just not going into the temple.
But yeah, I mean, Varder will probably just keep the Bajoran phaser pistol and just be like, "Yep."
Is he going to
I
wear
don't even
his
think-
badge on his shirt, or is he going to tuck it in somewhere?
He'll tuck that in somewhere.
There's no check for that. You just wear it on the inside of your clothes.
And it's just like, yeah, I've got the Bajoran phaser pistol. If anyone takes a glance, it'll probably be like, "Oh, you're either a farmer all the way out where we're going,
Mm-hmm.
or B, a militiaman on lead off duty." So whatever, it won't raise that
Yeah.
many questions.
And Myth just won't be carrying a phaser.
I mean, she's got the Type 1 that's easily hidden anyway.
Yeah, but... And actually, no, I think she does have a Type 2 for some reason.
Huh.
Yeah, for some reason.
Senior officer.
Yeah, command staff thing. But yeah, she'll just leave it back wherever they're staying.
Okay. Is she
Or
going to
in
bring
the
along a Type
roundabout or
1
whatever.
or just go unarmed?
Just go unarmed.
Wearing the badge on the outside or the inside?
I think it probably like sticks underneath like a collar or fold or something.
Yeah, like under one of the sleeves or under the collar, something like that.
Yeah.
Given how it looks, if I recall correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And your tricorders.
Mine's embedded.
Yeah, she's.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Haha, it came in handy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I might just not go with one. I eyeball it enough off anyway, and I've kind of got Myth here, so
Look, Myth is a person, not your own personal tricorder. All right.
she's
fight.
better at scanning things than me, is what I was meaning.
Oh, sure.
I mean,
That's-
she
That's
is.
that Barter for you, anti-android.
Listen, when we were in
You
that
heard it
castle,
here.
Barter was eyeballing the burnt out corpses and being like, yes, phaser burn.
Vote Assemblyman Mark Maxwell now. Stand up for android rights on Bajor. No? Don't think that'll stick? No, it probably wouldn't stick.
Jesus.
There's one android on Bayshore, and she's not staying. So, at least I don't
Well-
think she's staying.
Maybe she wants to. No, anyway, I'll stop. It's not even a character you're arguing with. How do you two intend to get to the Masilla province? I will tell you this, it is not a short walk.
Yeah, no, transportation to a pad and then getting like a ground vehicle over there would probably be quickest, wouldn't it?
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's some sort of transportation system in place.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and
that's,
I
that's
mean,
pretty.
I at least don't imagine we can just transport right into the temple, and that'd also be incredibly rude.
That's a
Yeah.
pretty outfit.
It's like it's like rappelling into someone's living room. Hi everybody. Hi.
I think we should just take whatever amounts to public transit,
Yeah,
whether that's
or
like transport pad
or it's like,
linkages or
hi, just get
ground
this
vehicle.
hover car or whatever it is we have here. I'm not actually sure.
See,
It's
the
probably
only,
just a truck.
the only thing about that outfit that I can't quite pin down is whether or not that triangle on the chest is a boob window or not.
Of course it is. It's sci-fi.
I feel like it's gotta be because one, it's sci-fi, and two, this is something that someone at the academy recommended she wear.
It is. Look
Ah.
at the back of the outfit as well. It's got the same triangle on the back, and you can see it's a cutout. So yeah, that's a boob window.
Great.
And she's also got a back window too.
Yeah,
For people who like necks, I guess.
Shows off the tat.
It shows off the barcode.
So in
Sorry, man.
Oh,
so what would it amount to? It would be the public transit method, from what I would reckon, would be transporter facility to transport facility, like from city to city. So you'd be like to the nearest settlement, and then you could either take a ground vehicle, like a wheeled vehicle, or a hover vehicle, because Federation's here, so gravitic vehicles are a thing. In theory, from that settlement, you could hike it out there because they're like out there in the countryside.
No.
They'll probably get a vehicle of some form.
Farters are more familiar with wheels than hovercraft, I imagine.
And you two head off to the transporter facility. You kind of are able to make some arrangements as like from a pad or even from the transporter room. Like it's an easy enough thing that doesn't cost you anything, and it won't cost you opportunity because you're on a planetary home world as citizens. So it's like, yeah, you can just get transportation. That's fine. You're not getting anything luxurious or anything. You're just trying to get from here to there. It's like, okay.
Yeah, we'll use up one of our, billions of transporter credits. Woohoo.
This will cost you 100 credits. I make that in half an hour on the ship. Like, seriously?
Yeah.
Sure, I'll do that.
All right.
All right.
All right.
And we cut back to present day as someone is about to get into a shootout at Starbase 21.
Ben.
Woohoo.
Ben, please. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We're in combat now. Just so you're aware. But yeah, you probably open up with whoa, whoa, whoa as you're stepping in, and like, and it looks like security guys are getting really twitchy. Pens pointing at this guy. This guy looks a little, well, alarmed, understandably.
Okay, everyone, let's just calm down. I'm sure you have a perfectly good explanation for this, Pend.
Yes, I do.
Put down the weapon now. Put it down.
Could you
They're shouting at you with their phasers drawn.
Computer, contact Admiral Naya.
Pend, give me presence command difficulty 2.
I shall.
Can I assist?
You can, but it's going to eat up your action.
Sure.
I'll spend a threat.
This difficulty is also you being able to explain it quickly and concisely enough to Nia so she gets it that you're not just, you're not messing about. This is like, hurry up, Admiral. I have phasers pointed at my face. Help me.
I'll spend 2 momentum as well.
Did you give me a threat in there?
I did.
Okay.
Team dynamics.
Yep.
Sweet.
Composure.
Yes.
All you need is 1 success, Pend.
I'll reroll a 0.
4 momentum generated.
We're at 1 float, I think.
Correct.
You're able to connect to the rear admiral.
You asked if I came across any former colleagues, correct?
Yes.
Well, I have 31 reasons why you should step out into the office and tell your officers to change their aim.
For 4 momentum, those 2 will change their aim.
Sure.
Yep.
As Nia immediately orders them, officers follow Penn's lead now. And they kind of look alarmed because they hear it shouted from there. They hear it shouted from your comm badge. They can hear it shouted from the other end of the office because she's like, it's not a angry, it's more of a urgent, like, oh no, hurry up.
Yeah, I think she
Wouldn't we have
understood the 31 reasons comment.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we have one more threat because we had a float at the start of that?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
You mean 1 more momentum? You don't have
Yes.
threat.
1 float plus 3.
Momentum is just player threat.
I mean, do we want me to swift task to see if I can just drop him right now?
Nah.
Oh, sure.
In essence, you now turn these two into allies. What would you like? You can either keep the initiative for them to go, or he's gonna go.
Oh.
Because Brendan kind of spent some of that team dynamics holding out his hand, like, whoa, 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 stop, and making sure they could see his rank, and like, whoa, guys, cool it. Don't, everything's fine. Just cool it for a second.
I think we should let him go.
Yeah, see what he does.
Because he's not in the best position right now. Especially with a gun pointed at the back of his skull.
Well, that this escalated in a way they didn't think was going to happen.
You're welcome.
Hmm. To threat. The official draws out a Type 2 phaser from inside their coat, as if there was a specialized pocket to keep it hidden. They aim at you, Pend.
No shit.
They tap at the charge function of the phaser.
I'm gonna take down both players at once.
No, he's probably going for Vicious to try and kill Pend.
Yeah.
Remember, because I'm the enemy
You
of
see
Section
a
31.
glowing red icon. I see glowing red light on the top of their phaser, as if they turned it as high as they could.
They're trying to kill you. Okay, got it.
Again, I have a lovely trait called Enemy of Section 31.
To threats, this agent, this operative is very adaptable, and they didn't have this focus before for hand phasers, but they do now.
Oh no.
I think I
And?
should have swift tasked to shoot this guy.
Yep. And
Oh my
spending towards
god.
the value, the ends justify the means.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
We should see. Yeah, exactly, Myth. Let him go and see what he does. What he does is try to fucking murder you.
Yeah, I think next time I'm going to do what I was going to in the first place and just drop people.
It's like this is a surprise, but we really expected this to happen.
He
1,
missed.
2, 3. You sure?
Oh no, because he spent a determination.
Yeah.
Does being in point-to-point range increase difficulty?
From 2 to 3.
Hmm.
So he only just hits it.
He just hit. I don't get any determination out of it.
Threat.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
The
Well,
GM
he
gains
can't
one
spend on any
determination.
rerolls or anything.
Words are difficult.
And the phaser spreads out in an area effect.
I called that one. Oh my god.
You two.
That's a
Yep.
lot.
1,
That's
2,
all
3, 4,
twos and
5,
an icon.
7, 8, 9.
9 stress.
What
Uh,
the hell? Does that
hang on.
fill your track, Captain?
yeah, that's what I gotta. That's what I gotta figure.
Please tell me it doesn't fill your
No,
track.
it doesn't fill my track. I am going to. Because that doesn't fill my track, I'm just gonna take the 1 injury and go down.
It's a lethal injury.
Do I just
Lethal
spend
injury, then.
2 momentum to...
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware it was gonna be a lethal injury.
Oh, yeah.
I will spend my determination to avoid the injury.
And you don't need to invoke a value. Just don't
Uh,
get shot again.
The value
Yeah,
of
I
don't get
don't think I
shot
have to
again.
invoke that. Yeah. I don't think
Everyone
you have
has
to
that
invoke
one.
value.
You don't. The risk is that you kind of take the injury anyway, but you're able to still act despite it. You're kind of powering through it.
Yep.
Do you take you get a really nasty phaser burn that hurts a lot, but you're kind of
To the shoulder.
to the shoulder, like, holy crap, that hurt, and something moved that wasn't supposed to move. Oh, wow, everything is pain. On the plus side, I know I can feel my right arm. That's not
You
good.
see Brennan just get knocked back into the doorway, jostles the arm.
What about you, Penn?
Well, I spent my determination. Am I able to spend 2 momentum to stay
Red,
up?
I think.
You
2
can spend
momentum or 2
momentum
threat?
for that.
Yeah, spend the 2 momentum.
Actually, I have the wrong.
Or you could do one of each and keep some momentum for shooting him back.
Nah, which would be good.
Pens decides not to shoot him back, instead pistol whips him.
I mean,
Uh,
I've still got quite a bit of stress left.
Goes back to you guys. One of the security officers can act now on your order.
They can both shoot him.
So this guy can shoot. He has his phaser out. Do you want him to aim or charge?
Aim.
I'd say aim.
Yeah, aim.
I'll look up the security officer. There he is. Do you wish him to have any? He's currently at difficulty 3 to fire at this target because everyone's in close range to each other.
Give him a die.
Yeah, sure.
With
They
momentum,
gain momentum.
he's at 3 dice. He has a total of 12 with no focus.
As a security
reroll.
guy?
He has no focus in shooting any security.
Minor NPC. They usually don't have focuses.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a reason they're not the heroes of the story.
Yeah. Unless you're Tactical McGee.
Mm-hmm. So 3 dice, fire.
Yep.
He fires. Actually, I should mark that he's acted. Bang.
Reroll that 18.
That's a hit.
Yeah.
It's not enough to down him.
2, 3, 4.
It's still stress on the guy, though, so that's something.
Yep. Turn over to this guy.
Do we
Unless you want-
to shoot or to tackle him?
Ooh, I've got a better idea. Restrain him.
Okay, we'll send him into restrain.
And it's an opposed daring security roll.
It's fitness. Because it's grappling.
Mhm. I am now going to look that up.
It's in the ops book.
Stand by.
One of the few legitimately neat things in the ops book.
Shoot me the page number if you know it.
I gotta grab my ops book.
Ha ha ha. Okay, so there it is in core. And
Go revisited.
it's probably the security chapter, one would presume.
Security. Here it is. Page 73.
7-3?
New tasks.
7-3.
I'm sorry. It's not
These
called
aren't
grappling.
in-
It's immobilize.
Yeah.
But it
So-
effectively functions as a grapple.
7-3. Mobilize. Okay, so it's an opposed fitness security roll instead. And it turns
Yeah.
into a joint lock that pins.
Yeah, it's neat. It gives
Okay.
it's another thing for fitness to do.
Mm.
Because I always thought fitness was one of the more it was one of the least used attributes in the game.
It depends on the GM. I've used fitness quite a bit.
Right. I've never used it for my players.
So that means that in this book, I need to look up your fitness security versus your fitness security. Do you wish him to have any extra dice? Or do you want it to roll flat?
Roll flat. Even if he's unsuccessful, it should be fine.
Fitness security is an 11, by the way.
Yep.
So you're aware. I don't have threat to turn on adaptable, so I can't give you a focus. First roll is security officer. This is section 31. That's 1-2 versus
It's 2 versus 2.
2.
Our guy will succeed at comp.
Doot.
Probably wakes up in the morning with a sore head.
All right, so the complication is that he kind of, to take him down, he kind of has to full on like body tackle him and kind of double leg takedown, like force him to the ground and then wrestle with him for a bit until eventually he's basically laying on top of him. So he's kind of giving this guy cover unintentionally, but he's also preventing them from getting up easily.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's now
So I think
31 agents' turn.
No. It would be, yes, you're right, because your side acted last.
so. All he can do, however, is he has to spend his action trying to get out of the hole.
Yep. It's a fitness security roll once again. Does your character wish to buy any dice?
Nah.
First roll is section
When
31.
he gets out of it, it means he spent his entire action doing that, and we can just wail on him.
That's what swift tasking is for if he wins.
Well, you don't have any.
He doesn't have any
you-
threat.
You
That's
don't
why
have
he's
any.
hoping
threat?
that's why he's hoping the other guy whiffs and he hits it. Oh no, that's 0.
As
I
he
think.
whiffs. And security
Ah.
guy go.
Gain momentum. Security guy's able to keep section 31 guy in place.
Would you like me to go next, Grennan?
Yes.
Held down, finish him.
Yeah, so I shall charge for Vicious.
Okay.
I will give you 2 threat and spend 1 momentum. Actually, no, I'll charge
Don't shoot
for...
the security officer.
So I won't charge for Vicious, I will charge for... Debilitating?
Oh, to increase the cost of yeah.
Yep. Makes the avoid injury less harder to do.
Yeah, that's because even if he barely goes down, I'm trying to make sure he can't spend enough to not take it.
Which just reminds me of when Prax hit me with an ability or an attack, and I had to spend 9 threat to not go down.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I assume you're going to take the focus of sidearms for this, correct?
Yes. Sorry, I was considering how much cover that he got. One challenge dice seems to make sense.
I'll re-roll that just for shits and giggles.
If you roll the
Nah.
complication, we hit the other guy too.
3 momentum.
That's correct, yep. Roll damage.
I'll spend
1
one for
re-roll.
reroll. That should be enough.
Yeah.
Especially
Roll
with
the
the
C.
piercing too as well.
2, 3,
I didn't have armor, so
6,
you're good.
Yeah.
it-
But he's got
even
1
if you
challenge
roll-
dice of cover, so
That's true, yeah.
Yeah,
it
even
might
if
just
he rolls,
pierce cover.
well, even if he rolls 2 on his cover, it's still 5 damage.
Yeah, so it's immaterial. But for argument's sake, it would have been 1.
And you don't have the threat to keep him up.
No. Combat's over as you fire your phaser at his foot that's exposed, and out he goes.
The indignity of being stunned by the foot.
Pen's just
Okay,
gonna
yeah.
walk off for a second. It's like, God damn.
To the security people, grab the guy and restrain him with binders.
Look, are you okay?
My shoulder. Ah.
Pen to medical ward.
Medical ward, go ahead.
Gonna need some people in the Admiral's office.
Right away, heading your way now. We just got told what happened.
Yep. I'll cut the comms and just walk over to Nate's office.
Grennan's gonna like make his way over to like the nearest seat and just.
The door does not open, as there's a security alert, so all the Admiral's offices have been isolated.
I'll just knock on it and say, "Yep, we got him. Don't worry."
Yeah, you see a security person kind of look through the little window and kind of waves his phaser at you, and and he taps at an intercom across on his side. Situation under control?
Yep, we got medical on the way. And the Section 31 agent who's just tried to vaporize us is unconscious.
All right, stand by. And the alert lights go off. Grennan. Fitness plus medicine, difficulty 2.
Oh, awesome. Can I take a momentum?
You can take both if you wish.
I'd have to give him a threat. I don't want to give him a threat.
It would be a single threat.
Okay, actually, yes. GM, take a threat.
My power grows.
You just used your power to try and incinerate them.
Shut up. No.
Got the momentum back.
Get the momentum back, guys. Thankfully, hey, you start feeling your shoulder again. Ow. But hey, you're getting feeling back in your arm again. It just hurts like heck, that's all.
Does she come out of her office now?
Yeah. She eventually comes out.
Oh, goddamn.
Report. Walk straight by you, Pend.
Former operative, or probably still an operative, but yeah.
Is he dead?
No, I just made sure he's going to be embarrassed for the rest of his life by stunning him with his foot.
Actually, Commander, this person's heart has stopped. I think they just went into cardiac arrest from shock. For 2 momentum, this person can be rescued.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, as the medical team swoops in.
This is what I meant by kill on sight.
Right here in my damn office.
Yep, you're welcome.
You all right there, Commander?
Well, he's just tried to vaporize me and my captain. I've just been shot. But yeah, I've had worse days.
You can fill out your report after the doctors see you. Taps your badge.
But
Medbay, take Commander Penn with you. He's right next to me.
Now do you believe me I'm not part of them?
I didn't even think they existed. What's everyone staring for? Get this cleaned up and back to work.
Yes, air freshener to get rid of the smell of cooked pend.
And burnt twink.
So how much stress did you have left?
Is that?
I think I had 2.
I had
It's
5.
burnt ginger. Yeah, and it's burnt ginger, Brennan, in the specific case.
Oh yeah, burnt ginger.
They make you gingerbread?
Overcooked.
Gingerbread.
I'll be right back. I have to grab something.
Yeah, sure, sister.
That's to say nothing of my my security character on the Dawn of the Federation game. he has like 17 total stress. He's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, when built the right way, security officers are fun.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, I think next time when I say I should probably just shoot someone as a swift task, you could probably let me shoot them.
Sorry. Ow. Well, hey, on the plus side, we got through that combat, and the Game Master only has one threat left.
I mean, yeah, considering he spent, what was it, close to 10 to do 9 points of damage or stress to us, we can't really complain.
Like, yeah, like, in all honesty, that could have been worse.
Oh yeah, and the fact that you recommended the grapple was fantastic. Even if he would have gotten out, it's still a waste of a turn for him.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, as I've said, I'm not super huge on the ops book, but the unarmed combat page on page 73 is actually useful. Because of the it gives 3 new tasks.
I can't remember the last time I actually looked through the ops book.
Yeah, I know, right? There's also one called Redirect. The character redirects an incoming unarmed attack so that the attacker finds themselves at a disadvantage. If the character succeeds, their attacker forfeits any actions on their next turn, reducing the difficulty on the defending character's next attack against the opponent to 0.
That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
And then there's a non-lethal attack, which is the character attempts to use the blunt portion of a bladed weapon to incapacitate rather than kill. If the character succeeds, the weapon's vicious quality is ignored. If the character rolls a complication, the vicious quality remains in effect.
I mean, you kind of don't need a talent for that. You can just ask the GM, can I like hit him with the pommel of the blade?
No, I mean, right, but it specifically allows you to keep the damage of
The
it
full
lets you
swing, yeah.
Yeah, it lets you keep the damage amount of, say, a diktach, but not have the lethal quality that normally entails.
I know at one point on Penn's character sheet before I changed it, he had close protection. So if he was next to someone, he could give them cover for when people are trying shooting at them. That would have come in handy right now.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely have to say, though, out of all of those, the immobilize task is very useful, especially if it's only like one opponent versus 2 or 3.
Yeah, just get them tangled up with one, and everyone else just can have a field day.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't gonna lie. I was kind of worried at the stage when he said 9 stress, and you were a bit. You didn't know off the top of your head how much you had. I was like, shit, he's just vaporized Grennan.
Mm-hmm.
Just, jeez.
I mean, I would have got my promotion, but no, silver linings.
God, we should let him go and see what he does. He's going
Yeah,
to
right.
shoot you.
Hey, I did
I'm
say
ne- I'm
I
never
wanted
gonna
to
hear the
shoot
end
him.
of that. I'm never going to hear the end of that, am I?
No.
Hey, it was both of you.
It was both of you. Myth and I stayed quiet on it because we knew exactly what was going to happen.
Hey, again, I wanted to shoot him, but I was following orders.
So,
Mhm.
after a bit of time in the med bay with your wounds healed, because you're at Starbase 21, Grennan's fine. The only doctors that are better than the doctors here are the ones on the storied ships of the expeditionary fleet. So it's as good as it gets, really. You're both informed that the guard, that the person who attacked you is currently in custody with under the care and soon to be interrogation of Captain Vex, the intelligence officer of the fleet. Because someone just snuck a freaking Type 2 phaser into the admiral's office and tried to shoot one of the senior officers in the fleet. It's like, we got to look into how that happened.
Well, I'm just going to be waiting for that thank you note from the Admiral for dealing with it.
The two of you are in the it's sort of break room or ward room before the mustering hall, next room over. You're kind of waiting for others of your senior staff, of the squad's senior staff, to show up. But you two got here quicker because, well, you kind of got dismissed sooner. Also, as a note, this is a point to roleplay between each other, but also we can check in if there's anything over the 72 days you wanted to have done as a downtime action, and this can be a good point to check in on that.
Pend had his thing that he was working on. Grennan honestly just needed to get what rest and relaxation time he could. So he actually, between doing any kind of red tape, bureaucratic stuff in preparation for the squadron, he probably just spent time on the holodeck, recreational time, just to finally chill out after the last few months.
I'll treat that as a sort of control plus con or command difficulty 2 to make sure you had even enough time to do that. Because you'd have to schedule your off time, make an appointment to go to the holodeck, because your time was really busy.
Yep. Take a threat.
Sure.
Now that
Another Section 31 person is there.
Yeah, now that he's not pointing a gun at us, take a threat.
Nope. Yeah. I wasn't able to get as much free time as I wanted. I mean, I'm sure I still got some.
You were able to go to your quarters, and you were able to read, and then have to fall asleep, and then you have to fall asleep, wake up early the next day, going, "Yep, I have another meeting to talk with Counselor so and so to explain why we're using these resources."
Yeah. Okay. I'm cool with that. All right. Awesome.
I was going to give you a trait and everything, but oh well. It happens. Pend, you wanted to work on something.
Actually, before I ask about that, could I have assisted by taking some stuff off Grennan's plate?
You could, but I'll eat into one of your intervals for the downtime, because you're taking some of your personal time to help him out.
Sure.
Oh. Yeah. That's about right.
I mean, it's a good roll for me as well. God damn it.
You tried. It's like, haha, I filled out this form. Oh, there's this whole other form that needs to be filled out. Like, how much work does it take to get 3 ships to leave a dock?
Apparently too many.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's fine. But Penn had his thing he wanted to work on.
Yep. And he lost intervals to help you.
Oh, well.
Shit happens.
Yep.
Yeah, it was the trying to set stuff up for the ship designs.
The starship design thing.
Yeah.
So I am going to make the first roll. First roll is going to be setting up the warp and subspace systems that would be required for such a craft. So basically, there's going to be 3 sets of extended tasks. that you have to complete to build the various parts of a very complex starship. And then you'll be able to submit that to the I wrote it down to the Starship something or other.
Oh, I don't know if you saw the thing that Pend had posted, because he had posted a thing that he was thinking of putting forth as like a fleet project that other ships in the fleet could contribute to this.
Yes.
I'll have.
Yeah, it was kind of on the lines of a lot of science engineers or like medical professionals get to do the extended task of the scientific methods. I was kind of putting it out there for people like security, con, or engineers, or primarily like security and con, so they can take part in something like that.
And if that would require that we don't quite do this today, work out the details later, or work out the details after this session.
If you want, I can do that. I had an idea in mind, but if you want me to chase down that path, I can look into it.
I'd prefer that. Like I said, I'd rather try to open this up for everyone to take part in, so,
Okay.
so it's like an actual fleet activity throughout all the games.
Yeah, and at the
Um,
end of it, there'll be a new space frame available to the fleet,
Oh, presumably.
presumably. But
Yeah.
yeah, it'll be the idea that it's through the hard work of the fleet this was made.
Well, in that event, then the two of you are kind of waiting on your own for a little bit as you're both ruminating over what happened today and what's been going on for the last 2 months.
Just our luck, Pend.
Well, we should probably get used to it from Section 31. Ever since I quit and actually publicly said I was part of the organisation, guess who they want to kill?
Well, it's not such a bad thing.
Oh, out of character, I did tell Grennan about me blowing up that ship, didn't I? The one that Adler was on after the Bamoth incident.
You did?
I believe I did.
I don't quite remember. Shrug.
I was just trying to remember in case I needed to bring it up now, but I'm pretty sure I did. Probably during the like midway through the Calca arc.
I don't recall.
Oh, fuck it. Well, yeah.
It's like Granny liked Adler anyway.
No, yeah.
Mm.
But are you looking forward to giving your speech to the people who probably don't care in the other room?
You know, normally this is the kind of thing I'm looking forward to, but I don't know quite what I'm going to say.
Maybe you'll be shot then.
Maybe.
I mean, let's be honest. Most of them don't like you, and Kismet and the Admiralty don't like me now. But we do the job successfully. We try to minimize casualties, collateral damage. We try to save people. So if they're not happy with that, as far as I'm concerned, they can stick it up their asses.
Mhm.
Obviously,
I think I might have an idea of what I should say.
probably not what I said in those terms, you know.
No. But, well, through all of this, I think I've come to see the role our ship performs in a better light than I did in recent months.
What, we do the things that the others won't.
You'll see.
Well, I'll be standing there backing you up as usual. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Let's just hope we don't get shot during this one as well.
Hmm.
Oh, how's your shoulder feeling after getting back from the medbay?
I mean, still sore, but I mean, what else is new?
I'm amazed how people keep getting you in the shoulder. It's like it's not a bigger target than the rest of your body.
Yeah, I know, right? It is just my luck. Just my luck. And he just sort of has this look in his eyes, like, it's that look of, he's gonna have to remember those words.
Well, as long as your luck doesn't rub off on me, we should be fine.
Yep.
Security to Commander Penn.
I didn't do it.
Sir?
This is penned.
Just wanted to update you on the prisoner situation. We looked up who they were. Apparently, they are a wanted felon in Klingon space and have been put through on a extradition order that has been already signed. We're going to continue investigating them for as long as we can. But according to the data, it looks like that it is a legitimate extradition order, and it has the appropriate credentials. So Captain Vex says we're going to keep talking to them as long as we can to get as much information as we can before we have to hand them over to the Klingons.
Fucking ambassador bastard.
Oh, if you're interested, you can let Captain Vex know one of the methods the person she is interrogating used to use to gain information was to take a hypo drill to the knee.
Sir?
She'll figure it out.
Yes, sir. We'll report in when we hear more.
Understood.
Security out.
Penrod does look at Gren in a straight face. Just, I'm not going to make a response after that.
I don't want to know.
Good call.
I think it's better that I don't know.
I mean, there's some things I'd rather not tell you about, like how to properly like torture a person. I'd prefer if we didn't get into that.
Mm.
You can hear people starting to file in the next room.
Okay.
Well, let's go jump into a room of people that probably don't care what we're going to say.
Yep. Let's do this.
And new scene.
I'll get rid of that. Oh shit, we haven't got one.
Please gain me some momentum, guys.
We'll certainly try.
Try harder.
Okay, yes, I'm here. Oh boy.
You find you're able to drive the vehicle along. There are some roads that go out for a while outside of the settlement, and there's one main road that seems to go along a lot of the river. As the Halana is one of the more it's a tourism spot. It's considered one of the most romantic places in all of Bajor. So there's a lot of infrastructure to make sure the tourists, both off-world and on, can tour it. But as you go further and further upriver, or north, I should say, you start veering into like wooded areas and less, more basic or rudimentary roadways, we'll say, ones that are very friendly to wheeled vehicles. You hear the rumble of the wheels as they roll along the road. You can see a temple, not a very big temple. It's kind of nestled in amongst the trees, but you can see its spires poking up just below, just over the tree.
I just realized, with your description of that, I realized exactly what people would think looking at Mythenvarder at a glance.
Yep.
Well, that's one more thing on the checklist, I guess.
Chick.
Bucket list checked. Went on a romantic drive along the Halana River.
Yep. With an android. Without an emotion chip. Right. So
that's for next time.
Checking we've got the same reason for being here, which was talk to the people about... Was it an orb? I think it was they had a orb of the prophets in this place. Thank you, Adler, for your incredible specifics on why it's here or why you wanted me to do this. Other than you're a Bajoran, it would look good.
I believe I am also here to acquire some information. However, I do not yet know what that information is.
I suppose we'll find out. I mean, that's the point of being here. We'll find out, but I am also slightly confused when you said you were going to the same place.
Myth, fitness, medicine, difficulty 2.
Oh, what? Okay.
There's a rule I don't get to say much to you.
Are we sure? Are we sure it's medicine?
Mm-hmm. Mental health.
Bye, Myth.
Okay. Yeah, this is a 10.
I can't help you, I don't think.
Now you know how I feel with all those goddamn fitness medicine rolls on Calicut.
I'm sitting here with my fitness medicine of 12.
Huh. I'm debating using a determination here.
I mean, that's like the only way you're probably gonna pass it.
Yeah.
You could.
Can I have any clue about like what's kind of happening?
You feel like you've been here before. It's just a vague memory engram, and it doesn't jive with the rest of your programming. And your diagnostics are trying to reconcile the random memory.
Huh. Okay.
Because it's not attached to any start date or timestamp, so it seems erroneous, but it doesn't seem to be acting like a virus. On a failed roll, it'll just go, "Oop, okay." File that away as unverified file until diagnostics can be done in detail. If you do a complication, bad things will happen.
Huh.
Because then your brain will do something it shouldn't do.
Fascinating. That's interesting.
I know you don't use your determination much anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'll spend it. I'd like to spend it towards my sentience as a gift value.
I will take it.
All right. And then rolling 2, because I still have to roll. Hey!
Wow. Okay. Okay.
What was the difficulty?
2.
2.
2 momentum.
It's another one
Yeah.
of those rolls that we're not supposed to make momentum off of, but we just did.
Yeah.
You remember being on a rowboat and rowing up and down the river to see everything for yourself. And every so often, when there's some block or bridge or something, you would, kind of carry the boat and kind of put it over your head and carry it around the impediment, and then put the boat back down and continue on. And you remember this was a thing you enjoyed. That this was a fun activity that you're used to doing back home, and you got to do it here on an alien world that looks so much like home.
Mr. Farter, are you sensing anything unusual?
It'll take a moment to kind of look around and see if, see or feel if anything does feel unusual to him, but I'm assuming not.
Insight medicine difficulty 3 because you're driving.
Do I have a focus?
Which focus would you like to try to apply?
Psionics?
You win a new car! No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Otherwise, I was going to say survival to not crash while doing this.
Pardon me.
Insight medicine, though. I mean, I don't even need a focus, really. It's only a 2.
That still doubles your crit range.
Ooh. I could just use that medal to just threat dump, roll the challenge dice, and see what happens.
Do it.
Do it.
Sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen? It's only
Get
more
a bunch of
shots.
threat.
Yeah. That's 4 threat. Yeah, that's 4 threat.
Mhm.
I made it. Wow, barely.
Wow. Yeah.
You sense nostalgia.
From it.
Yep. And a sense of comfort.
I am having anomalous experiences.
Okay. Well, you seem to be remembering this place, or it's reminding you of something. It's nostalgia. That's what I'm feeling from you. The place means nothing to me.
It is disconcerting. And yet, I don't know.
Push into it, like lean into it. See if you can find any more. Which is, you've got the momentum you can spend. Do it.
Yeah. And yeah, I'll spend the momentum.
I have the threat. Insight plus medicine or con difficulty 2.
I'll take con.
Can I assist? Question mark.
You can at increased complication.
For me or her?
Both.
Oh.
Because you have to delve into her head while you're driving.
We could always pull over for a minute.
All over.
I mean, does Varda have the focus of spirit guide?
No?
Yeah, that's
Should.
on you, really. No.
Sorry,
You
what was the
become a
difficulty on
priest.
this?
Difficulty 2. But yeah, you can pull over, and if you do, it'll take you a little longer to get where you're going, but you won't crash while trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a full day. Oh well. We
Yeah.
can stop and meditate for a bit.
Yeah. I'm not gonna buy a die on this, I think. I'm just gonna roll it.
Okay.
Because I would never re-roll or anything. Insight con.
I didn't
Well,
realize.
I guess.
Oh,
Guess I don't
it's-
need extra dice.
You know, it's a really good thing we pulled over because look at what I rolled.
Yeah.
And into the water you go. No.
Whoosh.
I thought you said you had memories of swimming.
But
I-
now I just think.
I'm just remembering a memory of water filling a car. It's in our car. Get out of the car, Myth. Oh, whoops.
He doesn't need to
Wait,
breathe.
I don't
it'll
need
be
to
fine.
breathe.
Yeah.
There's water in the
I'll just
carburetor.
spend the next like 4 hours getting water out of me,
Oh no.
like Data did when he was in a lake.
Oh no, is Myth going to have to see a giant snack?
Oh, I hope not. I
She
hope
is
no
now.
snack.
Oh, hey, it's you again. It's just the Spider-Man meme.
The Spider-Man. Oh.
You were here.
Yeah. It was a nice trip. I kind of wanted to go with somebody, but, you know, service is service. You kind of take what shore leave you can, really. Although I don't see how it's fair how you get to have company and I don't, but, you know. I suppose I have company too, technically. Anyway, I mean, I always did.
I
She kind of starts looking off into the
suppose.
distance a little, and she tilts her head a little bit like she's thinking about something.
These. I do not. I do not know how to process this. What Commander Varder calls this comfort. Or
Oh,
pleasant recollection.
some people say that it's something you don't want to dwell on. It can make you sad, or look after things, or pine after things that you can't have again. Others say that it is something to embrace, to carry one on through troubled times. I'm not sure which one is right, but it's nice to see the Holana again.
Yes, I suppose it is. Although there is also a sadness in not being able to live in that moment anymore. How do I... Well, paused emotions.
This is where the adverts come in.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta get that Twitch revenue.
Yeah, I fucking wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely do that.
Back.
Alright. Where were we? Sadness? And there's like a tears rolling down Myth's face.
Yeah, I can never come here again. Not really. All the people I knew, I mean, they don't even know I'm still here, you know? I mean, I'm not, but I am, and they'll never know I'm just gone. But not. Huh. There is something, though. Right. Oh, I remember while I was doing that trip. Oh, I don't know if you know what this is. Oh, shoot. Oh, darn. She's staring at you like she's at a loss. Do you know what a time capsule is?
Yes. A device used to temporally isolate materials for future generations to uncover at a later date.
That's, well, actually, yeah, that is right. It's a little clinical,
Its
but
technological level is not terribly sophisticated necessarily.
well, look, I couldn't exactly bring. Never mind. I'm arguing with myself.
That was not meant as a slight.
I know. Um. I went until the river ended all the way north. It was kind of cold. And when you describe it, you can actually see it. You're starting to feel. You're having memories of the feelings.
Mm-hmm.
It was cold enough there was snow on the ground. Not a lot, just enough that you knew it was winter. And there's this little.
And that was uncomfortable but exhilarating.
Yeah, like
I don't.
after all that rowing, it's
Fascinating.
kind of warm anyway, right? And kind of cold on the outside,
Yes.
warm on the inside. Yeah.
And Myth is just like looking completely lost and bewildered, but still kind of following along.
In the ground, there was a formation of rocks. I don't know if it's still there. I left a capsule there. I know it's against regulations, and they weren't part of Starfleet yet. But I don't know. It's an old tradition we used to do. Our family always left a bit of ourselves across the stars so that our family was kind of superstitious, you know. They thought Earth was going to blow up or something by some aliens. Okay, that actually almost did happen. Multiple times. But
You say multiple times.
But so, you know, I left my mark like my grandfather did. My grandmother before him and my great aunt before them. Well, great aunt? Great aunt. Losing track. But yeah. It might still be there. And maybe we can know who we were. Maybe we can find our family again. Or maybe you don't want to. I mean, you're not here to relive my life. You're not here to, I don't know. Sorry, I shouldn't have even brought it up, and here I am confusing you with my problems, and you're already dealing with this whole concept of morality and sentience and leading a species to a new dawn and all that sort of thing. I mean, you're holding a bit more of a torch than I was when I was around.
Suppose so.
Just think about it.
Very well.
Myth seems unresponsive. Like she just goes quiet suddenly and just seems to be staring off and tilting her head every so often.
And then at one point, a tear streams down her face.
Oh. Varder, Myth, I did the meme.
Oh. Well, that's happened to me before, so, you know, I know what to do, or I know what I would appreciate people doing if that was me, so I'm just gonna keep an eye out on what else is going on around and make sure she doesn't exactly throw herself out of the car or anything like that. I don't expect her to move a lot, but she might.
Myth, insight, con, difficulty 2.
You had to give him the
All right.
idea, didn't you?
Insight con. I'm just gonna roll this one again. We'll see how this all works out. Nope.
Not quite.
Quite.
She wakes up, or rather, she looks over at you, like suddenly realizing that you're there in the car. Myth, 1 minute you're talking to somebody, and next minute you turn your head and there's Varda and you're in the car again.
That was. I do not know how to describe it. I believe unsettling might be the appropriate terminology.
Perhaps.
Yes.
Well, you would know better than I. It happened to you.
Yes. However,
hmm.
there is something discordant about how my neural network is interpreting my state.
What, your artificial doesn't agree with what's going on? If I
I do not
probably
have
not understanding.
I do not have emotions, Commander. But I have just experienced them. And it is causing a conflict.
Yeah, I am so the wrong guy to talk to about that.
Come on, guidance counselor. Do your job.
What is causing these emotions exactly? There's got to be something behind them. There always is.
There's a dormant subprocess inside of my positronic network.
Okay, I'm gonna call that a memory. If I understood the whole lingo thing correctly.
Something similar.
I mean, it can't be your memory if you've never been to Bajor before.
No, it is the memory of the person whose physical form this construction resembles.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say if you're more than resembling that physical construction, if you've got her memories. In some
Yes.
capacity, anyway.
That is the primary reason for my visit to Bajor. To uncover why I have her face and her memory. When by all records I should not.
Is that... Does your memory show you anything? Something important, maybe? Or is it just the memory of something that's past, and there's nothing more to it than that?
We have spoken just now and once before.
Okay.
She was here.
What was she doing here? Because whoever you're
Enjoying
based on
recreation.
Okay, fair enough. When? Because
I don't know. Before the war, I think.
that must have been what, right after the occupation, then?
Yes. But I cannot place it precisely. The memory is not mine. She left something at the head of the river.
We can probably get there, but the head of the river's not exactly small. If you can narrow it down,
I've-
fantastic. If not, well,
I've seen it.
the nature of that kind of thing is we'll walk around until you recognize it again. Or drive around.
Yes.
Actually, probably better. What was she doing when you, or what was the memory of you doing when you saw the place? Were you walking, whatever? Was doing the same thing again? Well,
She rode up the river.
okay, we didn't have a boat. Never mind.
But buried a time capsule on the shores. Do not know what it contains.
Would you like to know?
And Myth's mouth kind of works for a second, but she doesn't say anything.
You thought of it, or you were shown it. Either you can say that was for a reason, or it was just something that happened. I don't have your life or your experiences. I can't say we're finding it or not. But we've got the time. And if we don't, I'm going to guess it will probably bite at you.
Indeed. The closest thing I naturally experience to what organics call emotion is an innate capacity for learning and adaptation. My professors at the Institute called it curiosity, although I'm not sure if that is accurate.
I mean, if you're thinking about finding this thing because you want to know what's in it, yeah, that's curiosity. Might
Then
tell
I
you a bit
believe
about yourself. Still
I am
curiosity.
curious to know what the capsule contains.
All right, let's go then. Head of the river, yeah. We just need to follow it till we get there. And the temple is. I was gonna look around, look up, and basically like the temple's there, and where we're going is there, and see how close they are together, if at all.
Give me Insight Con difficulty 2.
It's a con. 11.
Can I assist on this?
You can.
I do not have a focus.
Neither do I.
Oh, you know what? A momentum.
While.
Oh. Hey, we get it back, Ethan.
Yeah.
Basically, you would follow. Oops, no snap. You would follow the river this way, and it starts curving down that way, and goes for a bit longer. So you would drive past the temple and then go further upriver for Between the two of you, you calculate with the vehicle, it's about a hour drive.
Yeah, which
From
isn't
where you
too
are.
bad. I mean,
Although you remember that the roads start veering away from because the road starts going like this.
we've
Like it
probably
doesn't follow the whole length of the river.
we've got like a Bajoran version of a Ute, so
We've got a Ute.
we'll get her done.
Get her done.
Yeah. All right.
You
Let's,
just used your last ha.
All right. Yeah. Let's set off then. Let me know if you see anything, and I'll stop then and there, or stop thinking of something if it catches your eye.
Should we go to the temple beforehand?
It's on the way, I think. Is
I
it
believe
actually
that
on the
would-
way? Like the temple's like here or something? Or where is it?
Well,
Yeah,
like
that's
we go
the temple.
past the temple.
Oh, this is the temple. Oh, this entire thing's the temple. Got it.
Yep.
Small.
It would maximize our utility.
Right, efficiency. Yeah. Sure. We can do it that way.
She's grasping at straws.
My only thought would be, it's in your mind now. That makes it easier to, or, you're an android though. It's always going to be at the forefront of your mind whenever you think about it, right? Probably. You're not losing your grip on what you just saw.
I do not know.
Does it seem any fuzzier than a moment ago when you think back to what you just experienced, or no?
I am no longer having anomalous internal experiences.
But you can recall what happened.
Yes.
Okay. While we're heading to the temple, then I'd call it a precaution. Draw out what it looks like, or the area it looks like, just in case for some reason you do forget. I know that's a
Yes,
more
sir.
organic thing to have happen. It's not an order or hardly here on official stuff. It's just a suggestion. Recommendation? Yeah. I'm not wearing my
Oh.
uniform right now.
Very well.
Order received. No.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm not giving you orders while I'm out of uniform. Stop it.
Where she's trying to fall back into command structure for like a sense of security.
Yeah, I guess we'll head to the temple.
So is something being drawn out? My understanding.
Yeah.
Myth's incredible artistic skill.
Control con difficulty. You guessed it, 2.
I
But-
can't even help you. I'm not familiar with this area.
I'm-
at all.
Yes.
See, it's control roll. So I think I'm probably okay.
I'll presume that you can draw it out on a pad you have on you or something like that. Or
Yeah.
grab something from the glove compartment, as it were. I won't charge you for that.
Or even just like
Damn.
a pad on the dashboard of the thing. Wow.
Yeah.
I generate 1 success. And a
Yeah, no.
complication.
I'm not quite sure what to tell you there, Chief.
Yeah. She's not as stable as she thinks she is. Or maybe it's hard to carry memories back from the whole thingy.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I'm just waiting
Sounds
for the
about
challenge dice roll for stress you take or something.
Yeah.
Because for some reason that's
So-
immediately what I thought it was going to be.
Uh-huh.
Huh. It's almost like I'm psychic. I called that one in advance.
Alright, I
You
take
think
4
he's
stress.
funny because he is psychic.
Is it 4 stress? Don't you have resistance? Or I'm guessing this
Oh
just goes
yeah.
right through it.
Does this just bypass my resistance?
Yeah.
Yeah. My
As-
resistance is because of my body. So. I swear, that part has never come in handy.
We gotta get shot at more.
No, it did
Yeah.
come in handy one time
Mm,
when I had to carry you mentally inside me, but whenever I got hit, you got hit. That
Oh,
helped.
yeah.
Because apparently that was still taking
Oh!
your resistance into a consideration. It was weird.
That's right. It would anyway. You're right, because your positronic brain would have resistance against overloads. That's how.
Aha.
That's how that reason. That's why I let that happen. So yeah, your resistance would kick in. You're right.
Woohoo!
Hey,
I take 1 stress.
obscure memory of psionic events past.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a sense of despair that kind of this idea that you'll never see it again. This is all pointless, and then your brain's like, "That's illogical. The planet's still
Mhm.
here." You know, it just
Yeah.
reasons it out in the most cold, calculating. It's the most comforting, cold calculation that this psyche has ever experienced.
Uh-huh.
Oof.
Yeah.
But you try to draw it, and you end up drawing like random trees and random rocks and a canoe. You know, like nothing about what you're trying to actually draw. You keep getting distracted,
Yeah.
which doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Which
from an
doesn't
Android
make
point
any
of view.
sense.
I'm gonna draw where I want to go. A boat. That is not what I wanted to draw. That is a tree.
Mhm.
This is not helpful.
It's almost like it's not actually her memory.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
And
near a canoe.
accessing it. Yeah. And accessing it draws on something else. And also just draws something else.
This is
Dude,
about to be
I-
interesting.
Oh, do not appear to be able to record this.
That's fine. It was worth a shot anyway. But you know what? I just had one of those amazing ideas about or realization.
Oh?
This temple is Tillers. There's a river. They probably have a boat. We could, I am assuming, borrow one to go out and get a proper look at where that thing might have been placed.
Ah, yes. I believe that makes sense.
That's my one good idea for the day.
You see a Bajoran fishing on a little dock on the water with, of all things, a boat. He's not sitting in the boat. He's just kind of sitting on the dock fishing and just kind of looks over their shoulder when they hear the car pulling up to see which direction you're going to turn.
He's fishing for plot hooks.
We know which road to the temple it is, right?
Well, the road, people usually would pull over like here, but the road continues on up that way.
Okay, so we'd be pulling in beside him anyway.
Yeah.
And then walking. Okay, yep.
That was great.
That's what we are doing.
Guy kind of packs up, kind of pulls their rod out of the water. They flick it, and you see it collapse like a classical baton into their hand, and they pocket it. Walk off the dock towards you two.
Give him like that two-fingered little wave kind of thing. No.
Hello there. What you doing this north, eh?
Oh my god.
The Canadian Bajorans.
I-
You even gave him basically a maple leaf for his icon.
It's how the translator puts it across. I didn't do anything.
No, Varder's hearing him straight because it's Bajoran. So what does he sound like to Varder?
It looks like a Hulaner. Got river guy.
Okay.
A bunch of fishermen and cod chokers.
Heading up to the temple, we had a friend of ours mentioned there might be something we should know about here. Or learn about here.
Oh yeah.
They were actually
Indeed.
incredibly unspecific about what it was we'd be learning about here.
Oh, you're looking to learn about love? Kind of looks.
I do not
Motions between the
believe
two
so.
of you.
No, I
I mean, we do
Don't think
marriages
so.
if you're looking for that sort of thing.
no, we're not a couple.
Oh, you want to learn to fish? I can teach you how to fish.
No basics of fishing.
Oh yeah, smart guy. So how you fish then?
Oh, we gotta start this.
Oh, it hurts.
We it was something that I had to. I'm sure you're better at it than I am. Not trying to challenge that. I'm just saying it's something we had to do at some point. It's like
What's the
survival
challenge?
training.
Just fishing.
It's more challenging when it's a improvised rod and stuff like that. You might not even consider that a challenge. I'm not good
What?
at fishing.
What, you from Kendra or something?
No.
Oh. So you've seen water then?
I've seen water. Yeah.
Have you seen fresh water then?
Yes, I've seen fresh water.
Then you know how to fish. Straight
I
in
do
the
not believe
bones.
those two statements are directly correlated.
Yeah, what she said.
Thanks, Smith. I.
Of course.
I'm Akaroan. Who are you?
Varder.
Just Varder, eh? All right then. Be like that. What about you, miss?
Why is
Wait,
this
did he give
happening?
us both names just then?
Hmm?
Did he give us both names just then? Because that sounded like you were just saying one word. One really long name.
You think about it for a second, you're like, oh, it's his accent. He's rolling them into each other. He probably said two names in there
So
somehow.
it was Aka Rowan.
Yeah.
My name is Myth.
Varder Ridden.
Oh. I think of Varder folk were capital folk. You know, the big hoity-toity purple hat, real tall, that sort of thing. No?
Before the occupation, yeah.
Oh.
You're talking priests, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I gave that up in the occupation.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. You myth?
I was not alive at that point in time.
You what now?
I had not yet been constructed.
That's a okay.
She is an android, as opposed to an organic like you or I.
What's that?
A
I am an
sentient-
artificial life form.
There we go.
All right then. I hope it don't hurt. None. He looks at you like shrug, like I don't know what to say to this.
Everything about this character.
So if you're not here to fish, you're not here to get hitched. What you here for then?
Information.
Yeah, I think was Varder given a name? I don't think he was given a
Myth
name.
was, at least.
Oh, Myth was. There we go.
I'm gonna grab that because again, I have to go to my sheet, which I didn't have up.
Yeah, I don't. If
I'm
Varder wasn't
here to
given
talk
a name,
to-
I think it was told there was no.
I'm here to talk to Vedic Vasa Arato.
Oh, are you now? What business you have with the Vedic?
I do not know.
His arms. Oh, miss, I'm hate to disillusion you, but we're not about showing any old off-worlder our Vedic. Not without cause, none.
It's
An
A friend.
associate told me that the Vedic would know me when he saw me.
What? Here, let me hear for a second.
Very
I
well.
told you it would happen sooner or later.
He reaches up to grab your ear.
Myth lets it happen.
He grabs it very gently. Like he
Gently.
barely- Hmm. I don't mean to insult you, but you seem a bit confused, a bit lost, but for something that's artificial, you seem to have Let's go over your ear. Huh. Ain't that something?
I suppose it is.
There is a lot that is unique about myth. And that's part of why we've been directed here. We've not been told why, we've just been told there's something here.
Have you asked her family? You know, to take her into the temple to talk to the Vedic.
I am afraid I do not have a familial unit.
Oh, goodness. All right, then. I stuck my foot in it, didn't I? Right, then. Starts walking down the pier. He
Oh,
flicks
I
his...
take no offense. I
Huh?
never did.
Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine. Flicks his rod and extends. He gestures toward the temple. Look inside for the Ranjan, Atosh. She'll see you through. And he sits down and continues to fish.
Alright, thank
Alright.
you. Start going up again. So he grabbed your ear gently.
I didn't want it to fall off.
You know, maybe this is why the other sex consider them to be as they do. It's like they don't grab your ear properly. That a joke. That I really doubt that's the reason. If it was the reason, there's something about religion here that I really didn't understand before.
In this antechamber, you see it looks to be less like a temple. I mean, it has all the trappings of a temple. It has the prayer wheel. It has various artwork and so on. But it looks more like like a fisherman's hut. Like you see tools and tables for and some crafting tables and such. But it looks kind of. If you didn't see it from the outside, if you hadn't seen it from the outside and you just beamed right into this room, you would think you beamed into someone's fishing hut. You see there's a stairway that leads up further, but there's no one here.
You know, I'm not entirely surprised. Just gonna do, one of those quick looks around to make sure there's not like a bell we're supposed to ring.
You do see there's a bell right next to the door, like immediately to your right, like, there it is.
Okay, I need to make sure that this isn't a bell that I'm not supposed to ring. Like, if I have some memory of like, is this an alarm bell?
Insight, science, or command, or con, I suppose. Difficulty 1. Hate to spread it out like that, but there's a lot of things that this would cover.
Yeah, I feel like Insight Command. I don't think I've got a focus to apply to this. I'll throw a momentum at it, why not?
Sure.
That is a 19 and a 15. I was one off.
That is a summoning bell. It's when you enter a temple, it's used to call for the attention of a Prylar to help you.
Okay, good. It's the right thing to pull. I just wanted to pull like the alarm and have everyone start running around screaming because that'd be bad.
One thing that does strike you out is that it's kind of in an out of the way spot. Like it's right next to the door, but usually people try to put it like right in the center of the room or at like the stairway or something, so it's obvious to you. This thing looks kind of like it was an afterthought. Like, oh, we built all this stuff, right? We need a bell, and they put it like in the one spot they hadn't put something in.
Oh well. You want to ring it, Myth?
Very well.
Call it a cultural experience.
You pull on this big rope and it makes a ding, ding, ding noise. Yeah. As you see the fisherman kind of walk up to the door and look at the two of you.
Oh, that did not work in time. Right. Right. That would be exactly how this turns out. All right, so we just go further in. Then I'm guessing.
Oh yeah.
Trying to not be rude here.
Well, is your boots buddy?
I don't. No. No. No, they're not.
You sold dirty? Did you sell it to the paw wraiths or something? You can sense when he says that. Out of every other Bajoran who's ever uttered those words, he has no fear at the word at all. Most people, when they say it sort of hushed, or they quiet down, or they get a little nervous because it's one of those things, because they're real and historically it's been seen. This guy says it like it's, yep, that could be a thing.
That makes
Like he's
sense
talking about
now.
a thunderstorm or something.
That makes sense though with what they. Oh, okay. That's scary. A little bit. All right. Well. Yes. Sorry to pull you from your fishing again. We're just
Oh,
making
no.
sure we're not distracting anyone.
Well, you're distracting me, but it's kind of part of it, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. That's how things turn out. Guess we'll keep going into the temple then. God damn it.
And Myth kind of leans over a little bit towards Varder and says, "Would it be impolite to scan?"
I would ask to be on the safe side.
Very well.
I don't even know what I'd equivalent what I was to you, because I wasn't quite a Prylar, but when you're a kid, you help them out. That's about as far as I ever got. Like lighting candles.
Singing hymns. So
Understood.
Yeah, there was lots of singing.
the two of you climb up the stairway. You come upon a room that looks a lot more like, it looks like a it has various star charts on the walls. You see there's a central computer that's emitting a holographic representation of the Bajoran system, and it seems to be someone, it looks like someone was in the middle plotting a course from Bajor to somewhere. It's hard to tell because it looks like they aren't finished. And you see a woman in a purple outfit, clearly marking them Aranjan, as they kind of step out of around a corner and look out at the two of you, and she kind of blinks. Hello, can I help you?
Ranjan Natash,
Yes.
we were told that you could bring us to the Vedic.
Why do you need to see the Vedic?
Apparently, the Vedic has information about me that I have been told it would be good for me to know.
We only know that there are answers here. Not what they are.
Well, like, we could help you with your baseball game, but I mean, there's lots of other teams you could ask for help. And there's even a small league now in the Federation these days. I mean,
No, I am not speaking of sporting.
oh. Kind of walks around the table a bit, sets down a pad on the desk,
Is
kind of
this a
taps
sect-
at it.
Is this a sect that's like all about the worship of Cisco?
Yes.
Is that what's going on here?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. That's what the Prelar
The
in the
emissary.
capital said.
Yes, it's just Cisco. I'm waiting for a big portrait of him on the wall.
Or a statue.
A statue.
Him doing the Babe Ruth pose with a bat.
Yeah.
It would be too.
But no. Yeah, no, this looks like this room looks like it's like an astrogation like room or a navigator's room. But it's, but right up to current Federation standard. You see some hints of what of Bajoran tech here or there, but it looks like they updated it as best they could. As best a civilian can get it anyway.
Right.
So you're looking for answers?
Of a sort, yes.
Okay. To what?
To the nature of my being.
Ex- Excuse me, who are you two?
I am Myth.
I'm Varder Ridun.
She frowns and kind of narrows her eyes at you, Varder. A Varder, huh?
Yes, I know. Big from another province with the purple hats. I joined the militia. I'm not a priest.
You wear their rearing.
It is customary. It is what my family has always worn. That does not change, even if my job has.
She kind of walks up to you. She gets just shy of. She gets within your arm's reach, but kind of stops. She's kind of staring at you. I presume you're familiar with Kai Wynn, yes?
Yep.
Be familiar with what her sect did, yes?
I know what she did.
Then understand that but for her sacrifice, I would turn you away. What does your friend want? Not often we see humans come by for enlightenment.
Oh, I am not human.
Forgive me. She looks at you finally. What are you then?
I am an android.
Android. Thought they had like pale yellow skin or something.
That would be my brother, Data.
Oh. Folds her arms, kind of sits back on the table a bit. Could have fooled
He
me.
was constructed by a different team.
Looks at you, Farter. Looks at Myth.
There's a lot about her creation that is unknown. And I don't mean the physical, the actually putting her together. I'm sure that's recorded somewhere, but there's something that's connected to her and this place. I don't know what. Apparently the Vedic does, or at least he might. That is the best we've been informed of.
Presence, command, difficulty 2.
Oh, I definitely don't have a focus for this. Presence, command. I mean, like, it's not terrible as a roll for me, but I'm trying to think. No. We'll use that if I will think about that more if I whiff really hard.
You can grab an extra die.
Yeah, I probably should. I almost might want to give you 2 threat just to have 4. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we got the momentum back at least.
Yep.
Well, can't say I've ever heard of an android seeking enlightenment. Then again, I would have to say you are the first android I've met. And you're the first Varder to not try to tear down everything that we've built. So, I guess this is a time for firsts. Very well. The Vedic's just up the stairs there. And
Thank you.
try not to touch anything, please. Not because I think you're going to steal it, but because you'd have to clean it up if you make a mess. So I don't think you'd enjoy that.
We'll keep it in mind.
Understood.
Turns the table back on and picks up their pad and continues charting a course from Bajor to somewhere.
Can I catch an idea of the general direction?
Insight con difficulty of 3.
That's a terrible roll. Oh wow, that is an 11.
So it might be just no, you can't really.
Yeah, I get a feeling that's more or less what it is. Because I also don't have a focus, and I've never done this before, so especially not determinationally, so I don't have one of them. Oh well, wing it. Nope. Didn't expect that to happen.
It's somewhere rimward, but man, you don't know. You're not familiar. Most people aren't familiar with the rimward stars, so could be
Yeah.
anywhere down there.
Yeah, somewhere. Oh, I
You
think
know,
I
it's
just
a
figured
code
it out
word,
though myself. Smith other location, I'm sure. Because that makes sense. Farder's not sure of that. I'm sure of that. Farder doesn't even know the other myth location. But I guess we'll go up the stairs. We're past the second guardian.
The next chamber looks to be somewhat a lot more, well, temple-like. It's the first temple-like room you've seen where there's a shrine. There along the walls, instead of the normal Bajoran art pieces, usually to help you remind you of certain time periods or certain poets or musicians, you see a lot of earth artifacts, especially one looks to be you see there's a baseball in one area. You see that there seems to be a cookbook of some variety. There's a model of what appears to be a Bajoran solar sailing ship. And you actually see there is a model of the USS Defiant. It looks the most non-Bajoran. Is not in the nice. It's everything in there clashes because they're white or gray colors in a very orange, bronze, gold room. It's like someone decided to play a joke on the Bajoran temple and put a bunch of earth artifacts in there because they clash terribly with the aesthetic.
Is there a portrait or a statue of Cisco somewhere?
There is a at the end there seems to be a Bajoran knelt before what looks to be an orb. And they seem to be in prayer.
Like Bajoran orb.
Yep.
Well, we knew one of those was here anyway.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what it's the orb of, and it's not exactly like that's written on the box.
Imagine if it was just like written on bold across the box.
That would make things so much easier.
Orb of the Home Run Derby. This person is dressed in orange and bronze colors with a big sash goes across their body. And they kind of close the orb and kind of stand up.
The orb of redundancy orb.
The person looks fairly old. He has black hair, but you can see that his face is weathered and leathery. You can see it's kind of tanned deeply because this person seems to be someone who's been outdoors a lot. Their hands look fairly rough as they kind of fold them in front of them, which from your experience, Varder, most city temples, like the Orthodox, don't have rough hands. They have Ranjan and Prylar for that. Vedics usually don't get roughed up like that. Then again, the occupation was that long ago, so some priests don't look like priests, and some priests aren't priests anymore. So
I mean, I forget which Vedic that was actually a good guy in the Deep Space Nine series was whatever. He did the gardening as well.
Yeah.
You know,
Morale.
it's like basically all the good Vedics have rough hands. Is more or less how that seems to go.
I'm Vedic Vasa Arato. I have been informed or have observed your passage through the temple, and you two seem friendly enough, although strange for your presence. Especially since it feels like I'm looking at a ghost from the past, so that's kind of interesting. Two ghosts, I suppose, to be fair. Walks to the middle of the room.
Okay, one goes to understand, but I'm not dead. I've never been dead.
I've known Varders in the past. I knew one that had a beard like yours, and he was a good sword. Strange. Vocal, opinionated, which is interesting for a Varder, but then again, the last time a Vasa was in a temple at the same time period, he was giving some fancy Prylar a boat ride. So, times change.
Well, as far as I know, I am the last Varder.
And for that, I'm very sorry.
And you would know Myth then.
I know someone who looks very much like Myth, but as I understand, that species is known for aging with time, and that was some time ago. Some years ago now.
I would be very curious to learn more about that.
Tell me if this sounds familiar.
Very well.
He joins his hands together in front of him and kind of holds it up to his chin. And then he focuses, lets his hands go and kind of lets them drop open-handedly to roughly about where his waist is, as if he's giving a prayer or a benediction of some variety. We are the light in the darkness, wandering forth together, the prophets our guide. We are the light in the darkness. None shall wander alone. Our light, a lighting all. He looks at you, Myth.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yep.
Do you know where you need to go? Kind of folds his arms together, kind of tucks his hands into his robe a bit, like he's just getting comfortable. Or his hands are cold, either way.
I do not.
Were you ever told of a place? Dear to you? Familiar to you?
Shoot, was I? No, I'm trying to remember.
Insight con difficulty of 1, because this guy's trying to help you.
Yeah.
You know of 3 different places. One is on Earth, one is out on the rim, and one is here.
Yes, there are several places that I've been recommended to investigate. This is one of them.
This temple? I suppose she was here. I would suggest to you then to take one of our boats and tour the river, and you will find what you seek.
Oh, the head of the river.
He looks at you.
We had an experience on the way here.
I was unsure of its meaning.
There once was a young woman who came here. We weren't really a temple then. We were interested in alien species, how people caught fish and how they learned of it. And we were an order of people who sought to learn everything there was to know about this river and those who lived on it. But this human came by, and she said she wanted to borrow a boat. We asked her if she wanted to fish, and she said no, she just wished to explore. We asked her why. She said to us, because I've never been here before. Why not? Never have we heard these words spoken by an alien on this river. Usually it's, how pretty is this river? Where's the best spot to wait? Can we get married here? That sort of thing. But she was more interested in seeing what this river was hiding. I see her in you. I know not why you are here, because you are not her.
No.
And I cannot help but observe the last of the Varders here to guide you within a temple that once was in opposition to the Orthodoxy. The prophets, it seems, have to take unusual ways to guide us. But know that it is your hand at the tiller, no one else's. All we can do is keep you company, nothing more. For we are but the light in the darkness. We are not the way. Does that make sense to you?
No.
He smiles. He chuckles. It usually doesn't. No. I hope it does for you someday.
Yes, it will. Many organic things do not make sense to me.
That's the thing about the darkness. None of it makes sense until you illuminate it.
But then it is no longer darkness.
It is but light.
Definitionally, yes.
Theologically, yes. Metaphysically. Physically. Emotionally.
I'm afraid I am not an expert in emotions.
If anyone presumes to say they are, they perhaps are fooling themselves more than they're trying to fool you.
A valuable insight.
I certainly hope so.
That's accurate. I have to ask, does the name Irene Adler mean anything to you?
I believe that is a character from a Sherlock Holmes novel.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
But
Is it actually?
yes.
I don't think Varder would know that.
No.
So it probably just earns a blank blink from Varder, like, ah.
What does this name mean to you?
She's the one who was sending me here. Separate of Myth, we found on the way here that we had the same destination for different reasons.
You were sent by a woman carrying the name of carrying the name of a master thief and manipulator. He raises an eyebrow at you.
Hey, you're catching
Well,
on.
There are... One, I did not know that. I have never heard of this Sherlock Holmes.
I hear he was a great detective.
Huh. Either way, she's been... Oh, this other figure has been reasonably constant, and I actually share a mental link with her now. Which is something that would possibly require explanation.
May I? He withdraws his hand from his robes and kind of gestures at your ear.
Yeah.
He reaches up to it and grabs it very gently.
This is why they're heretics. They do gentle.
This is why they're heretics.
God.
You have walked in darkness, in a sea full of blood. You've witnessed much pain and death. But you stay afloat somehow. But not alone. Let's go over here. Folds his arms.
There was some task she sought to undertake here. Then events happened, and she saw fit to inform me of what was going of the fact you have an orb, and that's about it. Some temple in this province was about all I got. Not even the name of your order, just that you had an orb and that there was something going on which would be better suited to a Majoran than herself.
Are you requesting to see the orb?
I have no idea the meaning of her message. Beyond that, she was cryptic. Or not exactly cryptic, not exactly clear. What even is this orb of? I know they all have names and what they represent.
If you wish, Mr. Ryder, to witness the orb, in honor of your family, I will let you witness it. But I warn you that if you bring darkness with you, you won't come back.
Well, that I don't know about. I have no idea if I have darkness. I have been fighting since I was 13. I don't know if you would call that and what it entails darkness.
We are the light in the darkness. We let no wraith dictate to us. Our hands firm to the tiller. We are the light in the darkness. A Varder said that a very long time ago. And perhaps a Varder will say that again. I can't
Yes.
decide if your boat will wreck itself against the rocks or if it will carry on downriver. I can only tell you that you stand in light. But if you blind yourself, there's nothing I can do for you. Destiny is not a thing that happens to us, it's a thing we direct. Varda, when you hear that, that's outright heresy. Like what you just said.
Yep.
Orthodox is like, nope. Everyone has a path, everyone has a thing. Like these guys were the kind of guys who would be against the Jara 110%.
Great. That's oh. Oh, this is gonna make things so fantastic with that campaign later.
Oh no.
Well, best thing I know how to do in any situation is go right for it, and well, make things the best I can. Those words are strange in the sense of I've heard them before and said them before without knowing where they came from. It's a long story.
He steps back as if to not impede your way to the orb.
Okay, significant apprehension. Significant visible apprehension from Barter, who's been a non-believer for how long? But he will step forward to the orb with a significant look at Myth before he does, like, This is basically, you've read our database, you know what this means.
Mm-hmm. She just kind of like nods at him.
General.
Mr. Varder, Miss
Yeah.
Smith,
Yeah.
I would alert you to the fact that Varder here may be wandering for some time. You are free to wait here if you wish, or journey on your own if you feel you must.
Commander, I believe that this would perhaps be a good time for me to investigate the river while you have this experience.
If you run into trouble, well, I'll be here, I suppose.
Very well.
If our time runs out, let the counselor know so that we're not keeping her waiting.
Very well. And
Yeah.
before Myth like goes back out of the temple, she will quietly talk to the Vedic a little bit more, leaving Varder to do his thing once. Yeah.
He will do the thing.
Vedic, I do not mean to impose, but two brief things. One, do you know the name of the person who looked like me?
The room is bathed in a blue-white light. He speaks a name, and Myth begins to cry.
Oh boy.
We didn't generate any momentum gap.
We didn't give him thread either, so well, not any that he kept.
Well, then you notice as you're starting to head out, Captain Grennan has to duck into the refresher briefly, and you're kind of like, oh, well, you're kind of standing outside of the mustering room.
Ah, screw it, I'll go in.
Oh boy, we're getting intense times tonight.
Grennan's back.
It hates me about
Oh,
to
I'm
embarrass
sorry,
you.
I was muted. I'm back.
Aha.
Yes, so Grundon is going to enter.
You see a name plate here. Captain Grennan, Squad CO. Commander Pend, Peltas CO. You see the Vice Admiral Thgar and Nia waiting up front of the room. This is various officers seated behind you.
Grundon's gonna go around.
All right. Now that we're all here, we can finally get to the briefing. So, this is your mission area. Whoop. The Andromeda went beyond our claimed space out of the Shosku sector and into unclaimed territory, or what we thought was unexplored territory, and encountered the Fire System Alliance. You will not be leaving the Shosku sector and engaging into their mission area. Although, as you see from your mission papers, you will be going to the Shosku system at the direction of your squad captain. Once that is finished, it is most likely that we will have you journeying across these sectors, checking in and helping with any incidents that occur. Now, the expedition is in the area on the Rimward frontier. However, they are wrapped up in their own mission. So they are a last resort backup. We expect you to operate without assistance from my starbase up here at Starbase 27. For our forces have to be coordinated, have to be focused on managing the Gorn frontier and the Klingon frontier. You will be focusing your efforts down this direction. As such, since there are no major starbases along the area, the nearest base will be proper starbase is Starbase 27. In the various systems like Akesix, Cestus, and Bellatrix, there are outposts of a sort that you can stop by. However, I would recommend that you look into possibilities of making Shosku a forward operating base of some variety, but that will be left to your discretion and evaluation of the site. Also be advised that it is possible, despite the mission profile, that you may, given the current political climate with the Tholians, you may be recalled from this Spinward frontier back to the Tholian frontier in the event of war. Your mission is not to engage in warfare. It is not to start a fight. Yours is to dissuade a fight. Yours is to make sure that the unexplored areas beyond, as reports from the Andromeda indicate, there are yet more species and empires in that direction. And in fact, according to previous reports from the Kismet, it is entirely possible there is a species known as the Eudri technocracy who
Wait, the
seem
kid-
to be
Oh yes.
out in this direction as well, as it seems that, according to their data, they were attempting to start a colony here, which implies that they are most likely in a neighboring sector. And we doubt they're neighboring to the Gorn hegemony, for they would be complaining or bragging about this most loudly. Starbridge 27 and the expedition can, again, as I say, back you up, but only in a state of war or extreme emergency. Otherwise, you are expected to maintain this frontier, uphold Starfleet traditions, and defend Federation law in our space. That is the purpose of Tiger Squadron, and given the nature of your assembly, you need to be cautious in your efforts. Unlike the Klingons or the Romulans, we're not here to provoke fights. We're not here to showcase our armaments, but we must defend our stars and our citizens. Realmania, if you have anything else to add. He steps away from the podium and goes to sit down. The Vice Admiral has said everything of particular note regarding the briefing. I believe you've been given your assignments from Captain Grennan, Lieutenant Commander Vada, and Commander Pend regarding your ships and their configurations. Each of you have been selected on both the Maxwell Planck and the Peltist to not out of any particular sense of excellence. I know that will hurt some of your esteems, but we called upon you because you're people we can trust, or people we know weren't part of certain organizations that would endanger the security of this mission. Understand that everyone within this room is cleared for the information presented here. If you wish to disseminate this information, you can only do it at the behest of your commanding officers seated up here in front. And she looks to the three of you. If any of you wishes to disseminate to your ship, or Captain Grennan, if you wish it to be a more spread out thing, that is at your discretion, but I advise that it is easier to keep a secret when less people know about it. However, I understand that a good Starfleet crew works best when everyone knows what's going on. So you'll have to balance that out as you deem fit. What we're asking you to do is, I won't lie, it is dangerous. The forces that you will be defending against are technologically more advanced than we are, and have no diplomatic, or rather, no long-term diplomatic relations with the Federation beyond a simple trade deal. And unfortunately, they seem to be a rather xenophobic race who sees all other non-Chigoans as inferior. So in such an event, that does imply one of two things. Either they will simply stay within their borders, isolate, and go away from us, since they are aware of what the Federation is and how big we are. They are aware that we're allied with the Klingon Empire, who would relish the idea of a campaign into the Rimward. But you'll be the first ones to see what happens. If a war starts with them, you'll know it, and you're going to be the ones who has to face it. But if I didn't think this mission would succeed, or if I thought this a fool's errand, neither myself nor, of course, the Vice Admiral would approve it, nor would this the commission of this squadron be authorized by the Federation Council. So I ask you to trust in your squad captain. I ask you to perform your duties and to trust each other. I believe at this point, Captain Grennan wishes to speak. She looks at you to confirm.
The captain nods and stands.
She goes over to her seat.
And says,
Speech.
Greetings.
Speech.
there are a number of familiar faces to me here today, and a number that I haven't met, but that I hope to over the coming weeks. Won't lie, I know that there is some reservations about about the. Wait, what the hell is that? Did I hear something? Oh. There are reservations about what we are doing in the coming weeks. I know that, to be completely honest, the Kismet has something of a reputation for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, for having, for constantly being there when things go wrong, and for the longest time, I used to think that that was true, and that maybe it was something that we were doing wrong. It's just bad fortune, perhaps. But I've come to realize that what we've had actually isn't bad fortune. It's good. Because when something goes wrong, we're there to help set it right. And maybe us going out there to where we need to be is just us going out to set something else right. And the only way we're going to be able to do it is if we stand together. So let's go make things right.
A lot of people look at each other and look to you. Rothgar kind of frowns, but it kind of sits back in his chair, although whether he always frowns all the time is unclear. Nia just stands up from her chair, looks about the room. You all familiar with your posts? You're familiar with your duties? Let's get these ships out of dock and get you on your way. Everyone stands at attention, and because she stood up and then with Vice Admiral Rithgar stands up.
Brendan stands, and I presume Pend and Vada do as well.
Captain, your orders, says Vada.
Well, say everyone take up their posts.
Sir?
As soon as everyone is satisfied with their that their vessels are in operational order, I'd like to make a quick personal rundown of the ships. That should take me less than, I'd say, probably an hour. And then we'll be on our way.
I'll make sure the Maxwell plank's ready for you, sir. All right, cool. Let's get going. As her senior staff begins to leave with her.
Pend, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'll turn around, look at the. I'm guessing the three behind Pend is his senior staff.
Yep.
I'll just turn and face him. Well, you heard the orders. To the ship.
Aye, sir. They call out to you. They start heading out.
And these people are probably like the admiral's staff or something.
These two, yeah, they're part of the admiral staff for the 10th Expeditionary.
Oh, and these three are what, Kismet at the
They're
top?
Kismet crew, yep.
Okay.
As you think about it, it's like, geez, none of the other senior staff, like the Dr. Efrix, Commander Vauder, Lieutenant Myth, none of them have turned in yet.
Oh, have we not gotten like to the
No.
station?
No.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Well, once we're underway, Grennan's gonna have to look into that.
Scar kind of goes over, walks back to where the other two are and starts talking to them about something. Yeah, kind of steps up. All right. At this point, Captain Grennan, you are the squadron captain. And next I hear from you, I hope it's from Shosku 1.
Yes, one last thing for in regards to Shosku.
Mm-hmm.
If we do determine that it would be a good place for a forward outpost, what kind of logistics would we be looking at
Oh.
for
One step at
getting
a time.
something like that set up?
It would be an undertaking. We would have to start building a facility of some regard. If it's going to be a short-term assignment, it would be a very minimalistic dock. But if your squadron ends up being deployed there for an extended period of time, then we'll have to look into building a proper outpost or even a full starbase, as the case
Right.
requires. So
Yeah.
if you make the call for that, make sure it's a viable spot, because it's probably our
Oh,
best bet strategically for a forward operating base.
yes, of course.
In a pinch, you might be able to assemble a land base, a downport. That may happen in a more speedy manner. Getting a spaceport made requires Federation Council resources, which, until you get results, it's going to be hard to argue that back on Earth or Vulcan or wherever for additional resources.
And in a real pinch, presumably the Maxwell Planck is capable of making planet fall.
That's true. Intrepids are able to do that.
But that's all speculative.
Mm.
I just figured I'd pose the logistics question to you. Although I'm sure you have a ton of people whose job it is to consider those ramifications.
My advice to you, the more you can get done inside your authority, the faster it'll happen. The further up the chain you have to call up. She looks over at the Vice Admiral, looks back to you.
And like he gives her the look of like, you don't even have to say it.
She nods. Imagine if we have to call for the Federation Council. This took us 2 months to get this going.
Bureaucracy.
Yep.
Well,
Eventually, Vice Admiral walks off with his staff. I guess I'm not invited.
you're doing a fine enough job.
I know I am. Captain, Commander.
Admiral?
Wow. This is gonna be the start of something new, Pend.
I mean, considering your new senior staff is stood there waiting to be dismissed, yeah.
And he turns around and looks at his senior staff. You're dismissed.
Yes, Captain.
So, Pend, shall we take a look at your new ship?
We can. I don't expect it to be too fancy, considering it's a Defiant. Probably be best if
Oh,
we
I
go
know.
Plank.
I'd at least like to give it a look. I'd like to at least stand on the bridge of each of the ships under my command before we leave.
Very well. Shall we set off then?
Indeed. And we leave.
And that is the end of the episode.